Chapter 76, Raiding Game. Map of the Devil World. The raiding game is a competition between two devils with a peerage. In its fundamental essence, the raiding game shares many similarities with the board game chess. On the surface it was treated like any other high-stakes sport, the Devil World equivalent of the Olympic Games or a World Cup for human. However, for the devils it was far more than mere entertainment. The raiding game was the ultimate metric used to measure a devil's strength in this modern era, a metric that directly reflected their social standing, political leverage, and historical legacy. It is even said that the top-ranked champions of the game were fairly comparable in raw power to the current Satans themselves. As Jay stood amidst the surging crowd, he realized those whispers were likely not exaggerations. He and Lavinia had spent the last week infiltrating the Devil World. Their journey had begun by teleporting through the Grigori territories, traveling to the westernmost devil regions that bordered the fallen angel domain. From there they had moved like ghosts through the shadows of the underworld, gathering intelligence about the Great King faction. And it seemed like almost every high-ranking noble from various regions of the Devil Kingdom, or the Devil World, would be gathered in a single place to watch a raiding game match between two top 10, which was apparently a very big deal. That was where Gasper's thread of mana, the one he had planted on him, came into play. Apparently, yesterday had been Surzek's sister's birthday. At the time, he had only sensed that a large number of powerful individuals were gathering in the same place. That's why he decided to see what happened. The most frustrating part was that he could not find Zikram Bale, even after using the Grail to gather information on every known identity. Though meeting Ravel is definitely an unexpected blessing. Now, after spending roughly 7 days living in the Devil World in the underworld, Jay had come to understand just how vast the region truly was. Enormous stretches of land were filled with forests, mountains, and empty territories where almost no one lived. From the western region of Apollyon, which bordered the territory of the Grigori, to the far eastern region of Tophet, the location of one of the largest cities in the Devil World, Leviadina, the scale of the realm was immense. Most of these regions were nearly devoid of devil life. The majority of devils were concentrated in major cities, such as the capital, Lilith, a place Jay had not yet had the chance to visit, and the city where the current raiding game was being held, the old capital of Lucifad. The remaining territories belonged to the 32 pillars, each ruling their own domains. The place in the Apollyon region called Adramelech stood out in particular, as it was the closest one to the Grigori territory. He had killed every single devil he encountered there, and the total number had probably not even reached 1,000. Most of them lived in isolation, scattered far from one another. According to the Grail's information, many were merely extra demons not included among the 72 pillars. However, there are some belong to both the current and extinct pillar bloodlines. All of their souls had been absorbed by the Black Grail, and their bodies were stored within his dimensional pocket. He might need them later. Now, within the vast Lucifer Stadium, a colossal structure that combined ancient and modern architectural styles, located at the heart of the old devil capital of Lucifad, in the central of the Devil World, the Gehenna region, the stage had been set. The raiding game match between Ravel Phoenix and Roygun Belphegor was about to begin. Jay was wearing a black hoodie and a black trench coat. Around him, the devils wore a wide variety of clothing styles. The raiding games were not only enjoyed by high-ranking nobles. In fact, most of the audience consisted of low-ranking devils, so their attire was far less formal than that of the aristocracy. Still, they made an effort to look presentable from what he could see. Even without noble status, there was a clear sense of pride in their appearance, a desire to look respectable in such a grand setting. That was why Ravel's offer came as a pleasant and welcome surprise. The reason the offer actually helped Jay's plan lay in the barrier that enveloped the entire arena. It must be Ajuka Beelzebub's doing, Jay thought. From the shadows of his hood, a Vesta ignited within his left eye. Thousands of shimmering lines of light became visible to him, revealing the skeletal structure of the barrier, written in the familiar Romanian language. Most of it consists of spatial runes. This must be how the officials transport the combatants into the dimensional gap called the game field while maintaining a connection to the stadium inside the Devil World for the retirement system Lavi mentioned. Jay thought. Jay and Lavinia had done intensive research before arriving. Their plan for the early stages of this operation was clear. As long as the location of the king piece remained a mystery, Jay's identity had to remain hidden from the two most dangerous entities in the underworld, two of the current four Satans, Ajuka Beelzebub and Surzex Lucifer. The only two devils Jay believed could truly cause him serious problems were them, especially that embodiment of pure destruction in devil form, Surzex. Jay did not know much about Ajuka, aside from the legendary Kankara formula, a unique technique famous in its own right. Still, if the rumors were true and he was just as strong as Surzex, then it would be wiser to remain cautious. After all, someone as smart as Ajuka Beelzebub was often more dangerous in his own right. So he couldn't simply teleport inside without passing through the main entrance, as it would definitely be detected by the barrier. Because even just using his domain near it would be dangerous. Though, as Jay stood lost in thought, mentally mapping every line of the barrier, he heard a high-pitched, enthusiastic voice calling out to him. "Kaysan? I'm here." Jay turned to see Ravel Phoenix waving her hand from the VVIP entrance. She looked radiant in her light blue dress, her blonde drill curls bouncing as she beckoned him over. The VVIP gate was far less crowded than the main entrance, guarded by elite soldiers who meticulously checked every ticket. Jay walked toward her, his expression masked by his hood. "I'm sorry I'm a little late. My brother kept asking questions. Did I make you wait for a long time?" Ravel asked, her breath a bit short from her hurry. "Not at all," Jay said, his voice flat and neutral. "Then let's go." "The match is going to start soon," Ravel said. Without waiting for a response, she grabbed Jay's hand. Her palm was warm, a sharp contrast to the coldness on Jay's eyes. She signaled to the guards, identifying him as her personal guest. The guards hesitated for a fraction of a second, their eyes lingering on Jay's hooded form, but they ultimately stepped aside. No one in Lucifad wanted to provoke the Phoenix family, especially given their immense wealth and the monopoly they held over Phoenix tears. Ravel pulled him through the ornate corridors, her excitement palpable. "Ravel, isn't this the VVIP floor? Am I even allowed to be here?" Jay asked, playing the part of the confused guest. "I told you, don't worry about it," Ravel said over her shoulder. "I can't watch the game with you directly because I have to sit with my brother and my parents in my own family box, but I've reserved a private room just for you to watch." They continued until they reached a heavy, gilded door. "We have arrived." Ravel swung the door open, revealing a luxurious private suite. It was more of a lounge than a box, featuring a wide balcony with floor-to-ceiling glass. Inside, there were plush velvet sofas, a spread of wine, champagne, and various exotic foods. Large hologram screens floated in the air, ready to broadcast every angle of the battle. Beyond the glass, the Lucifer Stadium opened up in all its glory. The capacity was easily in the hundreds of thousands, and every seat was filled. At the center of the arena, two figures stood facing each other, flanked by their respective peerages. One was the handsome blonde man Jay had seen at the party, Ravel Phoenix. The other was the woman with cherry blossom hair and dark horns, Roygun Belphegor. "Is that your brother, Ravel?" Jay asked, his eyes fixing on the blonde king. "Yes, that's Ravel and I Sama. And the other one is Roygun Belphegor Sama," Ravel explained, her voice tinged with a mix of excitement and anxiety. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the stadium, amplified by magical speakers. "Welcome everyone to this beautiful day in the city of Lucifad. I will be your host today. In this historic city, we are about to witness a historic raiding game battle." The host's face appeared on the massive quad screens at the center of the arena, and the crowd erupted into an absolute frenzy. The roar of 100,000 voices was a physical force, vibrating the glass of the private suite. Seeing the countdown on the screen, Ravel suddenly panicked and released Jay's hand. "Oh no, the game is starting. I have to go or Riser and I Sama will scold me," she said, her movements frantic. She stopped at the door, looking back at Jay with a lingering gaze. "Is it okay if I leave you here by yourself, Kaysan?" "It's more than enough, Ravel." "Thank you so much," Jay said, offering a small, shallow nod. "No problem." "Hee hee," Ravel laughed, her nervousness briefly giving way to a bright smile. "But is this really okay?" Jay asked, his voice low. "You are doing all of this for me for nothing?" Ravel paused, her hand on the door handle. "Nah, it's okay. My family has plenty of money, and besides, this is my brother's match. Of course I'm allowed to invite one or two friends." She looked down at her feet, her face turning a soft shade of pink. She began twirling one of her drill-like curls around her finger shyly. It's just, after this match, if you don't have any plans, would you want to have dinner with my family? Jay looked at her with a cold, piercing gaze from beneath his hood. He remained silent for a heartbeat too long before opening his mouth. That sounds wonderful. Ravel didn't catch the lack of warmth in his tone. She only heard the confirmation. She beamed at him, her hands clasped behind her back as she leaned forward slightly. Then, let's meet again after the match. With a final happy wave, she stepped out and closed the door, leaving Jay alone in the silence of the VVIP suite. Jay's expression immediately shifted. He didn't look at the door with gratitude or even amusement. He simply stared at the spot where she had stood with a look of utter indifference, as if he hadn't bought a single second of the girl's genuine kindness. Let's not meet again, Ravel Phoenix. He turned his back to the door and focused his attention on the arena. Below, Ravel and Roygun, along with their peerages, were enveloped in a pillar of light as they were transported into the game field somewhere in the dimensional gap. Jay stood at the edge of the balcony, his dark hazel eyes scanning the stadium's structural lines once more. As long as my domain doesn't touch the barrier directly or goes near it, there shouldn't be a problem. This was the reason he had accepted Ravel's offer. By being inside the stadium, he could deploy his domain and search for the king piece without needing to bypass the magical sensors, or having his mana detected as a breach by the barrier, as it has only enveloped the stadium from the outside. Jay then scanned the stadium once more for any magical sensors that might flag his presence, but found nothing enough to catch him. He closed his eyes. With absolute masterful control, Jay expanded his domain. He didn't let it burst forth, his domain bleed out gracefully like a flowing air, masking its signature to feel like the ambient mana already saturating the air of the stadium. As the crowd cheered for the first exchange of blows in the game field, a black light flickered beside Jay. The black grail manifested, blazing with obsidian black flames. And a moment later it merged with his domain as the two powers synchronizing as one in an instant. One by one, every single soul within the arena was scanned by the grail. Its purpose was simple, to find the one who possessed the king piece. If that person was present, the grail would detect it through what Jay and Valerie called soul information. This is Sephiroth Graal's power to gather information on anything as long as the object or person was present. Because both of their grails shared the same power, Jay trained this technique, which combined his domain with the grail's soul information ability, with Valerie's help. He focused his mind, the grail power sifting through hundreds of thousands of lives one by one until... There you are. Zikram Bale. Jay thought as the grail gave him the man's name. At last he knew where Zikram Bale was. It seemed Zikram was on the west side of the Lucifer Stadium, on the VVIP floor just like him. Dozens of high-ranking devils were gathered in the same room. So that's the Great King faction. Jay thought. As expected, all of them are weak. Still, I'll give them credit. Using raiding games to spread their influence and strengthen their political position in the underworld is a clever move. But dash. Suddenly his eyes snapped open. Where is the king piece? Jay was confused. He couldn't detect anything from Zikram or any of his people. The grail gave him nothing, not a single trace connected to the king piece. Was it just a rumor after all? He thought, frowned. No. The assassinations of Masaromi Yagaki and Cleria Belial were clearly connected to it. That can't be a coincidence. Then the piece isn't with them. It's possessed by someone else. He focused again. Suddenly, Jay's eyes widened. This time, his gaze locked onto a certain room near Zikram's. Without hesitation, he reached into thin air and activated the magical communication device. Lavi, Jay said, his voice cold. I found it. Chapter 77K. In the highest floor of the Lucifer Stadium, within the heavily fortified and luxuriously appointed For Satan's box, Surzek's Lucifer's eyes suddenly widened. The air in the room seemed to ripple for a fraction of a second. Seeing the sudden change in expression on Surzek's face, the beautiful girl sitting at his side immediately noticed. She appeared to be in her late teens, with raven black hair tied into her signature high twin tails and piercing blue eyes that sparkled with a perpetual restless energy. Is there something wrong, Surzek-chan? It was Sarafal Leviathan who spoke. As one of the four Mao and the primary official in charge of foreign affairs for the underworld, she was rarely seen without a playful smile. Even someone like her, who usually did not have a deep interest in watching the tactical nuances of raiding games, preferring to spend her time watching random human TV shows or magical girl anime, could not simply miss a match of this caliber, albeit forced by her colleagues. No, it's just... I felt like I felt a wind blowing against my body, despite the fact that we are literally in an enclosed room right now, Sirzek muttered. His gaze remained fixed on the space in front of him, his senses searching for a disturbance that had already vanished. I didn't feel anything. Maybe that's just your imagination, Sarafal said, leaning back. No, I feel it too. Though it might just be the collective mana from the hundreds of thousands of people inside the stadium, as my barrier didn't detect anything unusual, another voice added. You too, Ajuka-chan? Sarafal turned her head to the side. Ajuka Beelzebub sat there, his eyes reflecting the glow of several holographic screens that displayed complex magical structure and data instead of the match. He didn't look up, but his silence carried an agreement. Do you feel it too, Falby? Sarafal asked, turning her attention to the bald man on her other side. Falbium Asmodeus, the Mao in charge of the underworld's military affairs, simply let out a lazy grunt. Nope. Both of you are imagining things, Sarafal said with a dismissive wave of her hand as she stood up from her seat. The vibrant colors of her outfit seemed to glow in the dim light of the suite. Where do you want to go, Sarafal? The match has just started, Sirzek asked, finally pulling his gaze away from the empty air. Meh, this match is boring. Both Ravel-chan and Roigun-chan aren't really interesting fighters compared to someone like Bova-chan. I don't like these intricate, slow fights. I like it when things go boom boom, Sarafal said, throwing a playful punch into the air. Aren't you a little bit too picky? Sirzek said, a wry smile finally returning to his face. Anyway, I'm going to go watch it with Sonatan and her peerage. CYA. After she said that, Sarafal turned and skipped out of the Four Satan's box suite. The heavy reinforced doors hissed shut behind her, sealing off the concentrated power of the Maos. She began to walk cheerfully through the long, empty hallway that bypassed the main stands. The muffled, thunderous cheers from inside the stadium echoed through the stone walls, creating a rhythmic pulse that vibrated in the floor. As she walked, her heels clicking rhythmically on the polished marble, before she saw a man walking in the opposite direction. The man was wearing a black hoodie, layered with a long black trench coat that swayed slightly with his stride. His hands were buried deep in his pockets, and his hood was pulled low, obscuring most of his features in shadow. He walked with a silent, steady gait, moving past Sarafal without a word or a glance. Sarafal had no intention of stopping or interacting with a random guest, until the very moment their shoulders passed one another. Sarafal's blue eyes suddenly widened to their limits. A primal cold sensation washed over her as every single hair on her body stood on end. It was an instinctual reaction, the kind of soul-deep alarm that only triggered when her body knew something was wrong. She stopped and spun around to look back at the man. But the hallway was empty. The figure of the man in the black coat had already disappeared from her sight, as if he had never been there at all. Feeling a heavy sense of unease that she couldn't quite name, the magical girl whispered to herself. What was that just now? I'm sorry, I was just meeting a friend. The door to the Phoenix family box opened with a quiet click as Ravel stepped inside. Her presence immediately drew the attention of everyone in the room. The box was filled with the members of the House of Phoenix. Her parents, the Lord and Lady Phoenix, sat at the front, while Riser stood near the glass with his entire female peerage gathered behind him. Ravel, I told you not to be late. Why are you taking so much time meeting that friend of yours? The match has already started, Riser said, turning away from the window to glare at his younger sister. His voice was laced with its usual arrogant irritation. I'm sorry, Nisama. I just talked with him for a little bit, Ravel said, her voice small as she lowered her head. Him? Riser raised his eyebrows, his expression twisting into one of realization and disgust. So it's really that half-devil again? Didn't I tell you not to involve yourself with that filthy half-breed? You will only bring shame to our family by associating with such low life. I am sorry, Nisama, Ravel whispered. She kept her head lowered, her hands trembling slightly at her sides. A few stray tears began to prick at her eyes, eventually dripping down her flushed cheeks. Now, Riser. Don't yell at your little sister like that. A mature blonde woman moved toward them. It was Lady Phoenix, the matriarch of the house. She reached out and pulled Ravel toward her, offering a comforting presence. "It's okay, Ravel. Don't mind your brother's words. Let's just watch the match together. Don't cry, okay?" Lady Phoenix said, gently tapping Ravel's head. The young girl sniffled and nodded, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand as she moved to a seat. "Wow. Look at that. That's Ravel Phoenix for you." 3 of Roygun Belphegor's peerage members have been retired by a single attack. The announcer's voice boomed through the speakers, accompanied by a roar from the crowd that shook the very foundations of the stadium. "That's what I'm talking about," Lord Phoenix shouted, clenching his hand into a fist as he leaned toward the holographic screen in front of him. His eyes were alight with pride as he watched his eldest son dominate the field. Hearing the news of the successful attack, everyone in the box immediately turned their attention back to the magical broadcast of the game field. Even Riser, who had been angry just a moment before, wore a wide, smug grin. He loved a show of dominance, especially when it came from his own bloodline. Is this going to be the rise of the underdog? Is Roygun Belphegor finally going to be defeated by someone outside of the top 3? The sound of the crowd reached a fever pitch, chanting a single name in a deafening anthem that echoed through the city of Lucifad. Ravel. 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 On the screens, the tactical map showed that Roygun Belphegor's peerage had been cut in half in a shockingly short amount of time. The tide of the battle had shifted violently, and the people's champion was now firmly holding the upper hand against the veteran queen of the rating games. "Mama, look. Nisama is going to win," Ravel said, her previous sadness forgotten in a flash of excitement. She wiped the last of her tears away, her blue eyes shining as she watched her brother, her pride, move with the grace and power of a true king. Nisama. Meanwhile, in the game field, the roar of the stadium reached a crescendo as the focus of the magical broadcast tightened, centering on a scorched, desolate mountain range within the game field. The tactical phase had ended, most of the pawns and knights had been cleared. Ravel Phoenix moved like a streak of golden-red lightning across the air inside the game field with the famous phoenix wings. His presence radiating a heat that turned the sand beneath him into glass. Unlike his younger brother Riser, Ravel's control was surgical. Opposite him, Roygun Belphegor stood on a jagged precipice, her cherry blossom hair whipping in the artificial wind. She was isolated, her peerage having been picked apart by Ravel's peerage, yet her expression remained as stagnant as a frozen lake. "You fought well, Ravel Kuin," Roygun said, her voice calm despite the wall of fire closing in on her. "But this is not enough to defeat me." Ravel let out a sharp, confident laugh, his hands igniting with a brilliance that rivaled a miniature sun. "Then let's unleash everything we have, shall we?" With a roar, Ravel lunged. Streams of phoenix flame erupted from the air around Roygun, converging on her like the closing teeth of the legendary bird-shaped flame. The heat was so intense that the magical camera feeds flickered, struggling to render the sheer density of the demonic energy. But Roygun didn't even move her feet. She simply raised a slender hand and made a sharp pulling motion with her fingers. Crack! The space in front of her literally tore open. Her trait Crack, a unique power that creates a tear in things within the range of the user, manifested as a jagged fissure in the air. The incoming phoenix flames shattered in an instant. "Amazing!" The announcer screamed, his voice cracking with excitement. Roygun Belphegor's crack is as sharp as ever. She just tore through the phoenix flame as if it were nothing. But Ravel isn't stopping yet. Ravel gritted his teeth, the golden glow of his eyes intensifying. He began to circle her at subsonic speeds, a blurring cyclone of fire. "Then let's see you tear through this," Ravel muttered. He clapped his hands together, and the atmosphere groaned under the sudden pressure. From behind him, the silhouette of a gigantic, majestic phoenix manifested, its wingspan wide enough to cast a shadow over the entire arena. With a downward thrust of his arms, the bird dived downward as a singular, sentient shape of the legendary bird, intended to engulf Roygun in a sea of flames. The flames were so bright they blinded the spectators in the stadium for a split second. Ravel, watching from the VVIP box, gripped the railing so hard her knuckles turned white. "Nisama has her," she whispered, her heart hammering against her ribs. The phoenix collided with the precipice. A dome of white-hot fire expanded, vaporizing the stone and turning the sky into a hellish orange. For a long moment there was nothing but the sound of the inferno. Ravel hovered in the air, chest heaving, a triumphant smile beginning to form on his handsome face. I won. But then the fire stopped moving. Suddenly, a sound like 1,000 mirrors shattering simultaneously echoed through the stadium. The silence that followed was deafening. A singular, jagged line appeared in the center of the massive phoenix flame. Then another. And another. Within seconds, the entire sea of fire was covered in a web of glowing white fissures. Crack. What? Ravel's smile vanished, replaced by a look of pure shock. Boom. Roygun's aura exploded outward. A violent, suffocating tidal wave of demonic power that made the stadium's seats rattle. The gigantic phoenix shattered like a glass. The flames broke into harmless, cooling embers that drifted away in an artificial wind. Roygun Belphegor stood in the center of the crater, her cherry blossom hair now glowing with a predatory light. Her horns seemed sharper as she narrowed her eyes. Dark crimson energy enveloped her body. The hundreds of thousands of cheering fans were struck mute by the terrifying display of power. Within the Gremory peerage box, the atmosphere had shifted from observation to heavy silence. Rias Gremory stood at the very edge of the balcony, her hands gripping the velvet-covered railing. Her signature crimson hair seemed to vibrate in response to the massive discharge of demonic energy being broadcast. Her eyes, usually sharp and excited, were wide with a mix of awe and a burgeoning sense of dread. I knew Roygun Sama was powerful, Rias whispered, her voice barely audible over the hum of the monitors. But to shatter a high-level Phoenix ultimate move like it was nothing but brittle ice, is the gap between the top 10 and the top 3 actually that big? Beside her, Akino Himejima had let her usual playful, seductive smirk slip. Era, this is getting dangerous, isn't it? Akino murmured, her voice uncharacteristically serious. Meanwhile, Gasper stared at the screen with a serious, determined expression. What? The announcer finally found his voice, though it was now a panicked shriek. Was Roygun Belphegor holding back all this time? That aura. It's on a completely different level. This is the true power of the unmovable Big Three. And the whole stadium went silent once more. As the stadium went silent, their focus entirely on the fight between Ravel and Belphegor in the big quad screens. High above the oblivious crowd on the expansive roof of the stadium, a solitary figure stood against the buried sky. The man was clad in a black hoodie and a long trenchcoat that snapped violently in the high-altitude winds. Despite the violent gust of wind, his body did not falter. The man stood as an immovable pillar of shadow overlooking the arena. This man was Jay. From beneath the deep darkness of his hood, his dark hazel eyes glowed with indifference. Slowly, he withdrew his left hand from his pocket. And in a flicker of ethereal light, a pale silver sword manifested in his grip. Aim no Murakumo appeared, its blade perpetually shrouded in a drifting, ghostly mist that seemed to swallow the surrounding air. The archaic Shinto runes etched into the steel began to pulse with a.
Look, if you've actually made it this far into the video and you're still here, come on then, hit subscribe. And honestly, if you think a friend of yours would like this, go on and share it with them. It really helps out. Right, I'm done. I'll get out of your hair now so you can get back to the good stuff. But seriously, stick around till the end. It's well worth it.
Glowing purple light, while jagged streaks of yellow and bluish lightning crackled and hissed along the length of the edge. Jay looked upward, his gaze piercing the veil of the stadium. Through the power of Avesta, he began to reconstruct the intricate formulas and spatial runes that composed the massive barrier Ajuka Beelzebub and his technical team had woven around the stadium. As Jay raised Aim no Murakumo toward the heavens, a terrifying transformation took place in the sky of the underworld. Hidden behind the curvature of the barrier, enormous amounts of divine energy began to condense. From the churning clouds, a towering mythical lightning Qilin and a massive coiling storm dragon manifested. Titans of pure, concentrated divine lightning. Because the barrier was designed to isolate the stadium from the outside world, the hundreds thousands of spectators below remained blissfully unaware of the catastrophe hovering mere hundreds of kilometers above their heads. A vast distance if not for the fact that it would be crossed at the speed of light. Except, inside the four Satan's box, the quiet atmosphere shattered. Ajuka, Surzex and Falbium suddenly stood up in unison, their chairs scraping harshly against the floor. A rare, genuine horror filled their eyes as their senses were assaulted by a sudden spike in pressure. This condensed divine energy. Agrias muttered, his mind already racing to analyze the breach. They looked upward, their gazes tensed as they perceived the reality beyond the reinforced ceiling and the stadium's magical shield. They saw the divine beasts waiting to be unleashed. "Move!" Sarafal commanded, his voice sharp with urgency. On the roof, the only sound was the lethal crackling of Murakumo's blade. As Jay raised his right hand toward the shimmering barrier in the sky, his fingers splayed as he touched the invisible logic of the world. Let's see how the four Satans would react. With a surge of Avesta, a glowing crack suddenly spiderwebbed across the magic structure of the barrier. As the sound of magical glass shattering echoed through the air, a whisper seeped through the wind. Let the sky fall. Chapter 78, Icarus. The silence that had gripped the Lucifer Stadium was a heavy one born from the display of Roygun Belphegor's overwhelming power against Ravel's ultimate attack. Thousands of spectators sat paralyzed, their focus entirely locked onto the images flickering within the quad screens. They were witnessing the peak of rating game match, a clash between a Phoenix prodigy, an underdog against the unmovable Big Three. But the silence broke as the world above them began to splinter. A sharp, violent cracking sound rang out, echoing like a gunshot across the vast arena. It was a sound that did not belong to the rating game, nor did it originate from the magical broadcast. One child in the stands, her neck craning upward in pure awe, watched as the very fabric of the sky began to web with glowing fissures. Her eyes widened, reflecting a light that shouldn't have been there. "Mom, is the sky shattering?" she asked, her small voice lost in the sudden groan of the atmosphere. The answer came with a cataclysmic failure of Agrias Beelzebub's magic. The spatial magic that maintained the game field within the dimensional gap were forcibly terminated. And in an instant the projection vanished. Ravel Phoenix, Roygun Belphegor, and every remaining member of their peerages were violently spat back into the physical reality of the center of the Lucifer Stadium. They reappeared confused and disoriented, but they were given no time to recover. Crack! As suddenly, the massive barrier that had enveloped the entire stadium, a masterpiece of Agrias Beelzebub's design, finally gave way. It broke, shattering like a trillion shards of broken glass. Shimmering white particles of spent mana drifted down like a lethal snow, revealing a horror that not even the Satans had anticipated. High above, nestled within a swirling vortex of thunderclouds, the enormous divine forms of a lightning Qilin and a coiling storm dragon looked down upon the underworld and the Colosseum of the devils. The mythical beasts were composed of pure concentrated divine energy, their eyes burning with the cold judgment of the high heavens. The audience looked up. Their feet failed to move. Their minds struggled to register the sheer scale of the doom that's about to happen. In that split second, they realized that they were staring into their death. But realization was a luxury they could no longer afford. It was already too late. A flash of absolute white illuminated the world, bleaching the colors from the mountains, the city, and the gray sky of Lucifad. For a single terrifying second, the world went silent. There was no thunder, no screams, and no roar. Only the visual of a reality being rewritten by a blinding, holy light. As the doom descended, Shying, ruin the extinct. Cancera formula. Absolute defense. Three simultaneous voices echoed through the stadium, a desperate voice of the four Satans. Yet, even the combined effort of the world's most powerful devils was not fast enough to completely negate the heavenly judgment falling from the clouds. Sarafal acted first, unleashing a gargantuan ball of concentrated power of destruction. The crimson sphere soared upward, colliding with the descending storm dragon. The impact was instantaneous as the mythical beast of thunderous wind and rain was unmade, its divine structure unraveling into nothingness under the touch of pure elimination. FWUOSHH. However, the destruction of the dragon was not enough. Sarafal's eyes snapped wide as he realized the lightning Qilin was already past his first line of defense. He desperately began to charge another sphere of crimson energy, his heart hammering against his ribs. No, these people. Rias. On another side, Agrias Beelzebub was fighting a battle of his own. His Cancera formula surged forth, attempting to intercept the Qilin by manipulating its electric charge, intending to turn the divine beast into harmless light. But he failed. Even his monstrous calculation speed was insufficient. He was attempting to deconstruct a strike that moved at the speed of light. Realizing his failure in that microsecond, Agrias scrapped his initial plan and shifted the formula. He projected an invisible barrier designed to alter the vectors of anything that touched it, desperately trying to divert the strike away from the densely packed stands. In the southern section, Falbium Asmodeus didn't move. He stood like a mountain, his body glowing with a dark green aura as he projected his absolute defense over the tens thousands of devils behind him. He took the brunt of the atmospheric pressure, his face contorting under the strain of holding back the literal weight of the sky. And then, boom! A deafening shockwave tore through the old capital of Lysifad. The ground at the center of the stadium cracked before being instantly scorched and hollowed out by the lightning chilin that Surzex and the other Satans had failed to intercept. The impact was a physical force, a wall of heat and wind that pulverized stone into dust. Despite the protection of the Satans, the sheer overflow of energy and the flying debris claimed the lives of several devils in the stands near the impact zone. The center of the stadium went silent once more, though this time it was the silence of a graveyard. Did we succeed? Surzex raised his trembling hands. He had successfully enveloped the entire western and northern stands with his destruction energy, creating a shimmering red dome that had shielded the thousands of souls behind him from the lightning chilin. That's all he can do in the split second. His first thought was of his sister. Rias. How about Rias? He looked toward the eastern section and let out a long, ragged sigh of relief. Agrias stood there, his coat singed but his barrier intact, having successfully protected that side of the arena. Surzex then turned his gaze to the southern section. Falbium remained in his position, his dark green aura flickering out as he slumped slightly, looking utterly exhausted from the effort of maintaining his absolute defense against such a divine force. As the thick, acrid smoke began to clear from the center of the stadium, the true horror of the attack was revealed to the world. In the massive, glass-lined crater at the center of the arena, only two figures remained. Roygun Belphegor was still standing, though she was a shadow of the woman who had dominated the raiding game just minutes prior. She had lost her right hand, her arm ending in a cauterized stump after a desperate attempt to use her crack ability against the Chilin's descending figure. It was that same desperate resilience that kept her alive, her breath coming in ragged, painful gasps. But the true horror lay beside her. The scorched body of Ravel Phoenix lay in the dirt. Almost his entire form had been turned to a blackened husk. It was a sight that bordered on the impossible, an irony that struck at the very heart of every single soul present. The House of Phoenix was known for its immortality, possessing flames that allowed its members to regenerate from almost any injury instantly. But now their heir had been burned to death. Even the legendary Phoenix flames could not withstand a direct hit of pure concentrated divine energy delivered at a Mal-level output. There is no one around them, the remaining members of both peerages were gone. They had been evaporated instantly, leaving nothing behind but lingering echoes of their mana. High-class devils and even a couple ultimate class had been wiped from existence in the blink of an eye by God knows who. Roygun's eyes widened as she looked at the husk of her opponent. She gasped, trying to catch a breath that tasted of sulfur and ash. No. She could not believe what had just transpired. It had happened in an instant. One moment she was in the game field, and the next the world had collapsed into a blinding white light that forced her to fight for her life. The horror, however, was most acute inside a certain VVIP box. Ravel Phoenix stood frozen, her beautiful blue eyes wide with a mixture of shock and absolute terror. She was paralyzed, her body refusing to obey her. She could not even move her lips to form the simple words that were screaming in her mind. Ni Sama. Beside her, Lord Phoenix had closed his eyes, his face contorting in a mask of unbearable pain. Riser, for all his bravado and arrogance, had grabbed his head with both hands, his face pale as he stared at the crater in silent, wide-eyed terror. The silence of the box was finally shattered by Ravel's scream. Rivel Ni Sama. In a frantic burst of energy, she threw herself against the glass window of the suite. The reinforced pain shattered under the pressure of her aura, the sharp pieces cutting into her slender, fair hands, but she didn't even flinch. With the fire wings of the phoenix flaring violently on her back, her blonde curls fluttering in the wind, she took flight. She dove from the VVIP floor toward the center of the crater, her face drenched in desperate tears. When she landed, the sight of Ravel's scorched body nearly stopped her heart. He looked like a statue made of ash, something that might crumble if the wind blew too hard. Ravel's cries died in her throat, replaced by a hollow, empty stare. She crouched beside him in total denial, her hands hovering over the blackened remains as she searched for any sign of life. "Wake up. Ravel Nii-sama. Please wake up." The realization finally hit her. The tears began to flow again, a silent, heavy stream as she collapsed in the middle of the smoking crater. Though the scorched earth burned her legs, and though her cries were being watched by hundreds of thousands of people through the remaining cameras, Ravel did not care. She simply sat there in the ash, crying for her dead brother. Until finally, the medical teams began to materialize in the arena, followed shortly by the rest of the devastated Phoenix family. In a certain VVIP box suite, a blonde-haired gentleman wearing stereotypical nobleman's attire sat paralyzed. He stared at the destruction unfolding inside the stadium with raw terror in his eyes. He knew deep down that if not for Sirzek's Lucifer protecting him and the thousands of people in the stands below, he wouldn't even know what would have happened to him. He appeared to be around 30 years old, possessing the polished look of an aristocrat who had never known true fear until this moment. "What the fuck just happened?" the man muttered, his voice trembling as he wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. This man was none other than one of the unmovable big three of the rating games, Bediz Abaddon. He was a champion of the arena, a man who had faced countless of kings in their peerages and emerged victorious, yet he found himself utterly shaken. Having stood up instinctively from his seat to do whatever he could to dodge the light-speed attack, he now slumped back into his luxurious chair, his legs feeling like lead. Huff. Who is crazy enough to pull something like that in front of the four Satans? "That bastard is going to be dead for sure," Bediz said, shaking his head. He could not comprehend how anyone could be stupid enough to perform such a reckless terrorist attack in the heart of the underworld. To him, it was a suicide mission that lacked any logical objective. And from what he could see, the attack hadn't even succeeded in killing any significant number of high-ranking devils. Except for a bird. "Fuck, just ruining my mood," Bediz cursed under his breath. He was frustrated by the interruption of his entertainment. He raised his hand, gesturing dismissively toward the back of the room. "All of you, bring me some water." But no answer came from his peerage. A vein popped out of his head as his irritation flared. "Are you guys deaf?" He stood up, ready to yell at them for their incompetence. "Didn't I tell you to sh—" Bediz's words died in his throat. He widened his eyes as he looked around the room. Every single member of his peerage, warriors who had fought by his side, had been frozen solid in massive, jagged blocks of ice. They stood like macabre statues, their expressions of confusion preserved forever behind the frost. "What? Who are you?" His demonic energy flared, red and black aura swirling around his body. But before he could launch a counterattack, frozen ice erupted from the floor at his feet. It moved with unnatural speed, encasing his lower body in a crystalline prison before he could even blink. A figure clad in a black cloak stepped out from behind one of the frozen blocks. "Let's save the chit-chat for later, shall we?" the figure said. The voice was calm, feminine, and utterly devoid of hesitation. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the ground beneath them. A complex magic circle manifested, glowing with a brilliance that rivaled the earlier lightning strike. In a flash of light, Bediz Abaddon and his entire frozen peerage disappeared. They were gone in an instant, leaving nothing behind in the opulent suite but a single shattered glass of wine on the floor. Meanwhile, high on top of the stadium roof, the chaos below felt like a distant memory. Jay remained standing at the edge, his posture relaxed despite the carnage he had just unleashed. Aim no Murakumo had already disappeared from his hand, returning to the void from which it was summoned. Jay stood there in silence, his dark hazel gaze fixed on the flickering quad screens. The monitors were still broadcasting, showing the heart-wrenching figure of the blonde girl, Ravel Phoenix. She was still on her knees, crying at the side of the scorched, blackened body of her brother, Ravel Phoenix. The same brother that he had just killed. His expression remained unreadable, a mask of cold indifference that didn't betray a hint of guilt or satisfaction. He watched the girl's grief for a moment longer, waiting for his own teleportation sequence to begin. But suddenly a burst of ice erupted from the roof behind him. The air temperature plummeted instantly as jagged frost spears sought to impale him. Jay felt the presence of someone powerful manifesting at his back the very second the ice appeared. However, the attack was far too slow for him. Jay dodged the strike with a fluid, effortless movement, appearing a moment later standing calmly on top of the newly formed ice sculpture. His trench coat fluttered in the freezing wind as he looked down at the newcomer. Sarafal Leviathan. Jay thought, his eyes narrowing slightly. She followed me, huh? I thought I concealed my presence pretty well. The Satan of Leviathan stood before him, her usual playful demeanor completely replaced by a sharp, lethal seriousness. Her mana flared around her in a brilliant, chilling aura that made the very air crackle with frost. She stared at the mysterious hooded man, her eyes narrowed with suspicion and rage. "Who are you?" she demanded. Her voice carried the weight of her responsibility echoing across the roof. Jay didn't offer a name. Instead, he simply pointed his finger toward her. The air in front of his digit began to compress violently, forming a swirling, pitch-black void of distorted space. The ball of concentrated spatial magic launched toward Sarafal in a flash of black and white. Boom. No magic circle? Sarafal thought. Sarafal reacted with the reflexes of a Mao, leaping upward to dodge the projectile. She watched with wide eyes as the ball of void energy struck the spot where she had been standing, completely deleting the section of the roof. There was no rubble or debris as it was simply erased from the space. By the time she realized the danger and looked back toward her opponent, Jay's figure had already vanished into thin air. As Sarafal landed back on the remaining portion of the roof, her brows furrowed in frustration. She reached into her outfit and pulled out her magical communication device. Surzekchan, Ajikachan, Falbi, the culprit is gone. Chapter 79, Abaddon. The atmosphere within the Four Satans' private meeting room was thick with a suffocating tension. A heavy silence enveloped the four strongest devils of the current era. The opulent furniture and regal decor of the chamber seemed small and insignificant compared to the gravity of the failure and embarrassment they had just endured. So, everything was just a distraction to create chaos, and we didn't even catch the person who caused it? Surzek's Lucifer finally spoke, his voice weary. He shook his head slowly, pressing his fingers against his temples as if trying to massage away a migraine. The disappearance of Badi's Abaddon, was that scale of an attack orchestrated solely for that purpose? Ajuka Beelzebub added. He was slumping in his seat, his head resting heavily on his chin as his mind raced through countless algorithms and possibilities. But my question is... Sarafal Leviathan turned her head sharply toward the green-haired man. Ajuka-chan. What? Ajuka asked, his eyes remaining fixed on the table. Did you not say that your barrier was strong enough? That it could not be broken by even an ultimate-class attack? Sarafal's face was twisted in a rare expression of genuine annoyance. I already told you he deconstructed the barrier, not destroyed it. Those are two completely different things, Ajuka retorted. Though not that the barrier wouldn't have been destroyed by that attack anyway, he thought. It's the same thing. And also, how could the person I met on the roof even be able to infiltrate the stadium when there is absolutely no record of him entering? She narrowed her eyes, her gaze piercing through Ajuka's defensive posture. It is clear that he somehow bypassed the guards, which would have created a massive commotion if it had happened by force. Or worse, he teleported inside the stadium without you even noticing. Hey, spare me, okay? Ajuka replied, waving a hand dismissively as he defended his work. Believe me when I say that if there is someone capable of doing that, then that person must be some sort of dragon god or an entity of that caliber. A teleportation circle of sufficient power to bypass my barrier would be detected easily. Then how do you explain this, Ajuka-chan? Sarafal snapped, leaning forward. I clearly met that person and worse. I couldn't even feel his power level, despite the fact that he was a half-devil. That person might have just entered the stadium like everybody else through the main entrance gate, Ajuka suggested, though even he sounded unconvinced. To confirm this, they would need to check the ticket records of every single person in attendance. It was a tedious task. The rating games were a massive, open event, drawing hundreds of thousands of spectators from every corner of the underworld. But the only way to access the roof is by entering through the VVIP floor. Ajuka continued. You said you met him there, so it stands to reason he entered through the VVIP gate, Ajuka said to Sarafal, who nodded in agreement. Surzek, as the one in charge of internal affairs, are you able to track every guest from the noble families? I'm not sure. You know it isn't easy to demand audience records and guest lists from every noble family that entered through the VVIP floors, Surzex replied with a sigh. These matters are delicate to handle, especially now. You are Surzex Lucifer, Sarafal countered, her voice firm. And besides, we have no other choice. Surzex let out another tired sigh, the weight of his status as the Crimson Satan feeling heavier than ever. But a half-devil, huh? Does he perhaps have some deep-seated vendetta against us? He muttered, his mind wandering through the possible motives for such a theatrical and violent display. I don't know, Sarafal explained, her tone growing somber. But you said it yourself, he used that attack to distract all of us. The moment the barrier disappeared was exactly when Bediz Abaddon and his entire peerage vanished. It was all planned. This is going nowhere. Surzex muttered, his voice trailing off as the sheer exhaustion of the last few hours began to take its toll. Suddenly, the heavy door of the meeting room clicked and groaned as it opened. The sound immediately drew the attention of the four Satans. Surzex-sama, Lord Phoenix wishes to have an audience with you. He says it is personal. It was Graphia's voice, calm and professional as always, yet there was a soft edge of sympathy in her tone. Hearing the request, Surzex glanced at his colleagues before standing up. He smoothed his regal clothing and opened the door. He was met by the grieving figure of Lord Phoenix. The man tried to maintain a firm, noble posture, but his eyes betrayed the hollow loss within him. Just 12 hours earlier, his son, his heir, and the next head of the Phoenix clan had been killed. Worse, no one knew who the killer was. Surzex. The man began, his voice raspy. Lord Phoenix. Has the killer been found yet? Hearing the broken voice of a man he had known and respected since his own childhood, Surzex could only slowly shake his head. I am sorry, Lord Phoenix, but we are still in the middle of a deep investigation. We are doing everything in our power. Then how much longer? Lord Phoenix's voice rose, cracking with a mixture of grief and fury. How much longer until my son's killer is found and judged? Surzex fell silent. He had no answer that could satisfy a father's mourning. He could offer political promises, but he could not bring Ravel back. I can't. Lord Phoenix's figure suddenly slumped, his knees buckling. Surzex moved quickly, catching the man's shoulders and holding him steady so he would not fall to the floor. Don't worry, Lord Phoenix, Surzex said, his voice dropping to a low, sincere register. Ravel was my friend too. I promise you I will find the person responsible for his death. I will bring them to justice. Lord Phoenix's spirit was too low to offer a spirited response. He merely nodded slowly, his eyes vacant. Surzex signaled to Graphia, who stepped forward and gently began to lead the broken lord away from the meeting room. Surzex remained in the doorway, staring down the long, empty hallway, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in a far more secluded part of the underworld, within the darkened halls of the Bale estate, a different kind of tension was brewing. Zikram Bale, the legendary Great King and the true power behind the Bale clan, sat at a massive mahogany table. His fingers clicked rhythmically against the polished wood, the sound like a ticking clock in the silent room. He was worrying about something far more personal than a terrorist attack. Have you still not found where Bediz is located? Zikram asked, not looking up. No, Zikram-sama, a voice answered from the shadows. He and his entire peerage have left no magical trace. It is as if they were erased from the map. Zikram cursed silently in his mind. His expression, which was usually a mask of ancient tranquility and supreme confidence, was now clouded with uncertainty. What he had witnessed at the stadium was not a random act of violence. An attack of those proportions required a level of power that only a handful of individuals in the entire underworld possessed. Despite his supreme confidence in his power of destruction and his own legendary status, Zikram knew he was not quite as strong as the current four Satans in a direct confrontation. However, his concern was not for his own safety. A single question was burning in the back of his mind. Why Bediz? Deep down, he already suspected the answer. His suspicions were all converged on a single truth. It had to be related to the existence of the king piece. Zikram reached into a hidden compartment and drew out a small object. It was a king's piece from a chess set, painted a deep visceral crimson. A surreal red glow emitted from its surface, pulsing like a heartbeat and casting long bloody shadows across the table. If the attackers were truly after this, and if he was not merely being overly paranoid, then this might just become a massive headache for him and his side. "Where is he?" he muttered, his eyes reflecting the eerie light of the Crimson Peace. While Zikram Bale sat within the shadows of his estate wondering where Bediz Abaddon had vanished to, the answer lay far to the west. In the jagged rural mountains of the Adramelech region, which served as the desolate border between the territory of the Grigori and the Devil World, a silent battle was screaming to life. A mountain of jagged translucent ice clashed violently against a surging tide of enormous crimson energy. On the sky, an elegant ice dragon, carved from the absolute zero of absolute demise, rushed from the clouds with a roar that froze the moisture in the air. It dove toward a figure standing on a precipice below, a man whose body was entirely enveloped in a thick, pulsating crimson aura. That man was none other than Bediz Abaddon. Despite the sudden abduction and the isolation of the mountains, his arrogance remained unshaken. "Do you think a mere human's magic would do anything against me?" Bediz bellowed, his voice carrying the weight of a high-tier noble. "Hull!" With a casual flick of his wrist, an obsidian enormous black hole manifested in the air in front of him. The gravity around the sphere distorted, creating a vacuum that instantly pulled Lavinia's ice dragon into its event horizon. The ice dragon, a creature born from the absolute zero, was crushed and shredded into nothing but fine ice powder in a matter of seconds. However, Lavinia's effort was far from over. Suddenly, the figure of her ice princess doll manifested behind Bediz, swinging 4 of its massive crystalline swords in a coordinated strike aimed at his blind spot. Shying. It's futile. Crack. Hole. In an instant, 4 smaller holes appeared behind Bediz's back. The gravitational pull within them was so immense that it caught the blades mid-swing, snapping the enchanted ice like brittle glass before pulling the fragments into the void. "I told you." Bediz turned slightly, a wild predatory grin stretching across his face. He raised his hand toward the sky where Lavinia was seen floating as her blonde hair shimmering in the moonlight. "Don't underestimate me, you bitch." Fum. Dozens of gigantic black holes manifested simultaneously around Lavinia's position. The space around her became a minefield of black holes, yet she moved with a grace that bordered on the divine, dodging the portals with inches to spare. Lavinia remained calm. She had seen spatial magic that was faster and deadlier than this during her spars with Jay. As she drifted upward, Lavinia looked down at Bediz with a serious, calculating gaze. "I don't know when Ilyakuan will arrive," she thought, her fingers tightening around her wand. "But without activating my balance breaker, holding off someone who is likely in the upper ultimate class, or perhaps even low Satan class, is an almost impossible task." "Where are you going, bitch?" Bediz yelled. He didn't wait for Lavinia to descend as he used one of his holes to bridge the distance, teleporting instantly to her flank. But Lavinia had already predicted his movement. "You are too slow," she said. She sent a cold, piercing glance toward the devil, and with a sharp burst of magic from her wand. Instantly, a gigantic block of ice manifested in the sky. Every particle of the surrounding air was hit by absolute zero in a fraction of a second, freezing the very molecules of the atmosphere. The flash freeze caught Bediz mid-stride, suspending his body within a massive crystalline diamond high above the mountain peaks. But before Lavinia could follow up with a finishing strike, the ice began to groan. Tiny fissures appeared on the surface, glowing with an obsidian black, and then... boom! The ice block prison exploded. Every single shard of ice was not blown away, but rather absorbed into a gigantic black hole that Bediz had manifested at the center of the blast. The shards began to orbit the dark sphere like a chaotic asteroid ring, accelerated by the crushing gravity. "Ha ha ha. There is no attack that I cannot absorb, not even your ice." Bediz laughed manically. The hole in his palm was growing larger by the second, feeding on the ice he had just consumed. Then, bear witness to the power of Abaddon. Shying. The gigantic black hole, almost as big as 20-story building, was hurled toward Lavinia while she was still suspended in the air. The sheer size of the attack made dodging nearly impossible, and she braced herself, her mana beginning to swirl as she prepared to force her balance breaker into manifestation. But suddenly, a familiar whisper reached her ears from behind. "True cross." A sense of profound relief washed over Lavinia, and a small, knowing smile appeared on her face. She relaxed her posture a little bit. Then, "Fum." A violent burst of black flames erupted from the space beside her, streaking toward the incoming gigantic black hole. The black flames did not look particularly imposing compared to the massive void, yet the moment they touched the event horizon of the Abaddon's hole, the laws of magic seemed to buckle. The hole, a technique that was supposed to absorb and reflect any attack, did not consume the fire. Instead, the obsidian portal itself began to wither. The flames ate through the spatial distortion in split second, turning it into drifting ash that scattered in the wind. Bedi's eyes widened to their limits. The unbelievable sight shattered his composure. "What?" he yelled, his voice cracking. He unfurled his 10 bat-like wings, flapping them hard to maintain his altitude as his body flared with a desperate crimson aura. Bediz could not comprehend what he had just seen. The hole was a legendary unique technique of the Abaddon clan, a source of immense pride and power. It allowed the user to control portals that expanded or retracted at will, capable of absorbing any projectile and reopening elsewhere to release the stored energy like a black hole. It was supposed to be an absolute attack and defense. But in front of the black flame, "It destroyed my hole," he whispered, his hands trembling. He then focused his attention on the newly arrived figure. A man in a black trenchcoat was now floating in the sky beside the ice wielder. A half-devil? Is that flame from that man? Bediz thought, his mind racing to analyze the threat. But how? He seems ordinary, he thought. Compared to his own flaring crimson aura, the man looked almost like a normal human, though with a slight devil energy inside of it. Meanwhile, Jay, now able to float despite Lavinia's persistent efforts to make him rely on her. Though he was still not as proficient as she was, but at least he had footing in the sky. He remembered how Azzy Dahaka had once held the upper ground over him in the air. Jay then looked toward the blonde woman beside him. "I'm sorry for coming late, Lavi." "No, you are just in time, Illya Kovalenko. I almost used my balance breaker, you know," Lavinia replied, her voice returning to its usual gentle tone. "Yeah, I wouldn't have blamed you if you did," Jay muttered. His dark hazel eyes locked onto the blonde man hovering hundreds of meters in front of them. The crimson aura flared from the man's body, its unnatural circulation and structure unraveling before Avesta and the Grail soul reading. Jay's gaze hardened as he stared at the crimson light pulsing within Bediz's soul. As he muttered, "So that is the King Piece's power." Chapter 80 Whole. The crimson aura enveloping Bediz's Abaddon pulsed with a violent intensity, casting a sickly red glow against the artificial moonlight of the underworld's night sky. High in the mountains of the Adramelech region, the sheer pressure of his demonic energy caused the surrounding trees to wither and the very earth to groan. "He is quite strong," Lavinia noted, her voice steady despite the overwhelming power radiating from the devil noble. She adjusted her grip on her wand, her eyes never leaving the devil. "That's probably because of the King Piece though," Jay muttered. His eyes were already dissecting the flow of energy within Bediz's body. Through Avesta, he could see the unnatural surges of power provided by the piece embedded within the man's soul. With a flick of his wrist, a jet-black sword manifested in Jay's right hand. Aim no Habakiri hummed with a quiet hum, its blade absorbing the red light of the surroundings. "So no killing?" Lavinia asked, glancing at him for confirmation. Jay nodded, his expression unchanged. "I don't know what would happen to the King Piece if he died. The risk of damaging or worse, completely destroying the piece is too high. Let's not take any risks." "Okay," Lavinia chirped, her tone shifting into the playful yet focused demeanor. Meanwhile, Bediz struggled to process the destruction of his previous attack. He let out a forced booming laugh to mask the flicker of uncertainty in his heart. "Kuhahaha. Interesting. I have never seen my hole destroyed like that before. But let's see how you handle this." Bediz threw his arms wide, his crimson aura flaring more intensely. And suddenly, the sky above the mountain peak was perforated by hundreds of obsidian holes. Each void rippled with gravitational distortion, creating a cacophony of whistling winds as they began to manifest in every direction. Bediz intended to overwhelm them with sheer volume, banking on the idea that no matter how powerful Jay's black flames were, they couldn't be everywhere at once. "Let's see if that black flame can destroy all of them," Bediz thought, the arrogant grin returning to his bloodied face. "The power of the whole lies in its ability to absorb and reflect," Lavinia analyzed calmly, her magician's mind breaking down the threat. "Using them like this doesn't really create a dangerous attack. It's too slow and entirely predictable. Then I'll destroy them while you focus on immobilizing him, Jay muttered. Okay. Lavinia smiled, her mana flaring as she raised her wand. Take this, you bastard. Bediz yelled, thrusting his hands forward. The hundreds of black holes began to rain down upon the pair like a localized meteor shower of pure vacuum. But Jay's expression remained unchanged. He had stood his ground against Azzy Dahaka, facing hundreds of literal meteors that possessed the weight to shake the very foundations of the earth. In comparison to that primordial terror, these spatial rifts were nothing more than a bunch of black balls. Jay moved his right hand in a fluid arc. The glowing X of Avesta ignited and his right eye began to emanate a trailing wisp of black flame from the now turned black iris. With his body now strengthened far beyond the limits he had possessed during the fight against the three-headed dragon, his movements were a blur of absolute precision. As he whispered, "Turn to dust." With an almost gentle horizontal swing of aim no habakiri, the world seemed to fall into a momentary silence. Shying. World Slasher. FWHUOM. A black slit appeared in the fabric of space, stretching wide as if the world itself were being unzipped. A violent burst of black flames followed the trajectory of the slash, engulfing the entire swarm of black holes in a single sweeping wave of incineration. The Abaddon's legendary holes didn't even have the chance to absorb the flame as they were simply snuffed out, turned into drifting gray ash before Bediz's horrified eyes. The devil had no time to mourn his failed technique. As a split second later he realized that the burst of black flame was continuing its path, rushing toward him at an unnatural speed. Fuck. Bediz cursed, flapping his 10 devil wings in a desperate panic to launch himself higher into the sky. However, Jay did not grant him the luxury of movement. Suddenly, 3 black slashes manifested in the air around Bediz's flight path, appearing out of nowhere. Shying. He stopped and dodged it. Gritting his teeth, Bediz attempted to envelope himself in his black hole to teleport away. But before the portal could fully manifest, another slash tore through the air. Shying. The new strike vaporized the nascent portal instantly, causing a small explosion of black flames that singed Bediz's wings. No way. What kind of power is that? How can those cuts appear instantly? Bediz screamed in a mix of confusion and shock. He had been confident that his hole could absorb any attack in existence, even those from the Satans themselves. Yet this man's flames turned them to ash like it was nothing, and on top of that, his slashes seemed to bypass the very concept of distance. What kind of spatial magic is capable of this? Bediz yelled internally. And also, he is underestimating me. Bediz realized with a sting of wounded pride that Jay was holding back. If those slashes had been intended to kill, the black flames would have aimed and erupted inside his chest already. Instead, the 3 previous slashes had been aimed with surgical precision at his wings and limbs. Jay was playing with him, intending to dismantle him rather than destroy him. How can I be played with like this? Bediz roared, clenching his fists as his crimson aura flared to its limit. But before he could counter, a sudden burst of ice erupted from the air behind him. Feeling the extreme chill of the wind, Bediz spun his body around, raising his hand to manifest an enormous black hole to swallow the incoming frost. Didn't I told you that your ice magic is futile? But then... Shying. A black slash appeared directly over his black hole, vaporizing the portal in an instant and leaving Bediz defenseless. A split second before the burst of absolute demise ice could freeze him solid, Bediz's instincts took over. He tensed every muscle in his body and launched himself upward with a desperate burst of speed. Phew. Arg. Though he successfully avoided being encased entirely, his right foot was caught by the edge of the ice burst. In an instant his lower leg was frozen into a solid, brittle block of ice. Bastard. As he cursed, the pain hadn't even registered before he heard a silent, terrifying crackle from the darkness of the sky behind. Fuck dash. Before he could react, a heavy, crushing impact slammed into his torso. A gigantic ice dragon manifested by Lavinia emerged from the mist and mauled his body with its frozen jaws. Bediz felt his ribs shatter under the pressure as the extreme cold of the dragon's mouth caused an agonizing, burning sensation throughout his nervous system. Arg! In a gruesome display of power, the dragon dived toward the mountain floor with Bediz clamped in its jaws. The devil's screams were muffled by the frost as blood began to stain the translucent blue ice of the dragon's teeth. And then they hit the ground at an incredible speed. Boom! The earth exploded. A massive shockwave rippled through the forests, and a fountain of dirt and shattered stone erupted into the sky. As the dust slowly cleared, the aftermath was revealed. 150 meters away from Zayyn Illya, Bedi's body was pinned to the scorched earth like a trapped sewer rat. The ice dragon held him down, its weight crushing the life out of him. He was still alive, his fingers twitching as he tried to move his bleeding, mangled figure, but nearly every bone in his body had been reduced to splinters by the jaws and the final impact. He tried to speak, coughing up crimson blood. With a final, desperate effort, he raised a shaking hand to try and manifest a hole for teleportation. Before the spatial balls could even form, it vanished in a small explosion, as if his magic has been failed to activate forcefully. Bedi's fading eyes widened in absolute despair. As the portal he tried to create disappeared, he saw a figure walking toward him through the settling mist. A young man in a black trenchcoat approached slowly, his steps silent. The X over his left eye glowed with a faint, ominous light in the darkness of the forest as he looked down at him. "You used it 5 times already," Jay muttered. Bedi's didn't understand. His mind was too clouded by pain to grasp the meaning of Jay's words. But Jay was referring to his whole ability. It had taken exactly 5 observations using Avesta for Jay to completely deconstruct and comprehend the entire magical structure of the Abaddon's whole. The magic was fairly complex, but it was far inferior to the high-level formulas the Satans had used in the stadium to shield the divine lightning. Even Sarafal's casual ice magic contained more intricate lines of logic than this. The ice dragon slowly dissolved into a fine mist, and Lavinia floated down from the sky to stand beside Jay. As the figure of the ice dragon vanished, it revealed the grueling condition of Bedi's body as giant bite marks, frostbite, and shattered limbs made him a pathetic sight. Bedi's looked up at the two of them, his breath hitching. Who are you two?" Jay and Lavinia remained silent, their figures silhouetted against the moonlight. The only sound was the crackling of the frozen grass and the ragged, wet breathing of the dying devil. "Ha ha ha. I see now. So you two are the ones who attacked the stadium." Seeing neither a confirmation nor a denial in their cold expressions, Bedi's let out a weak, rattling laugh. Now that he saw them up close, without the heat of battle or the darkness of the forest, he was struck by the realization that they were young. To a long-lived being like him, they were practically children. "So it's true. Ha ha ha, fucking monsters. How incredibly incompetent is Sirs X Lucifer, that he can't even catch a half-devil kid and a human kid after they attacked him and his people in front of the whole underworld and walked away." He laughed again, but it turned into a fit of coughing that sprayed crimson blood onto the frost-covered dirt. "But why? Why are you targeting him?" Bedi's voice cut off abruptly as Jay turned his head toward Lavinia. She had activated some kind of magic circle, and with a simple reading through Avesta, it seemed to be a form of magic designed to erase sound. "You surely have some weird magic, Lavi," Jay commented, watching the runes settle into the air. "It's convenient, isn't it?" she replied with a small, satisfied smile. "I guess," Jay shrugged, not bothering to deny the utility of the spell. He turned his attention back to the broken man at his feet. "Let's just finish things here, Bedi's Abaddon." Aim no Habakiri vanished from Jay's right hand, dissolving into his pocket dimension. In its place, a dark, ominous object manifested. The Black Grail appeared as an obsidian chalice, its surface etched with black flame, that danced perpetually along its rim. "One last question," Jay said, his voice dropping to a low, cold tone. "Do you know anything about the location of the Ars Goishia?" Jay knew he would eventually extract the truth through the king piece, but he wanted the perspective of a high-ranking devil noble like Bedi's, someone who had lived through the shifting tides of the underworld's history. Bedi's eyebrows rose slightly, a flicker of genuine confusion crossing his battered features. Seeing that expression, Jay didn't wait for a verbal answer. He pushed the blazing black chalice forward. The grail hovered in the air, vibrating with a dark resonance that began to pull at the very essence of Bedi's being. Suddenly, a viscous black and white substance began to leak from Bedi's chest, swirling like liquid mercury as it was sucked into the cup. As his literal soul was drained, a brilliant crimson light began to pulse from within Bedi's torso, cutting through the darkness of the forest. The object they had been hunting finally revealed itself. The crimson-painted king piece emerged from the cavity of the man's soul, glowing with a surreal but faint crimson light that matched the beat of a dying heart. It looked exactly like a king from a chess set, just painted and glowing red. The piece floated in the air before Jay reached out and gripped it firmly in his hand. Finally, Jay muttered. He raised his hand toward the broken remains of the devil noble. And then a flicker of the black flame erupted, instantly engulfing Badi's body. And in seconds the man was reduced to fine gray ashes that drifted away into the dirt, leaving no trace behind. "So that is the king piece?" Lavinia asked, leaning over curiously to inspect the glowing artifact in Jay's hand. But before Jay could answer her, his posture shifted. His muscles tensed, and his eyes narrowed as he turned his gaze toward the darker part of the forest. Within his domain he had felt it, an unmistakable ripple from a teleportation circle just seconds earlier. Lavinia, noticing the sudden change in Jay's expression, immediately followed his gaze. "Show your face," Jay said. He found himself unable to clearly identify the nature of the intruder. He couldn't sense a magical imprint like usual, there was no trace of human, demonic, or holy energy. It was as if the person was masking their presence by perfectly synchronizing it with the surrounding nature. If not for the teleportation magic his domain had picked up, he would have thought the forest was empty. From behind the gnarled trunk of an ancient tree, a figure began to move. Walking slowly along a low-hanging branch, a simple black cat appeared. It moved with slow steps, its hazel gold eyes reflecting the faint light. The king piece and the black grail had already disappeared into Jay's pocket dimension, leaving his hands empty. A cat. Lavinia tilted her head, her confusion evident as she watched the small, unassuming animal. Jay, however, just stared at the cat with cold eyes. "I said, show your face." Chapter 81, SSS. "I said, show your face," Jay repeated, his voice cold and steady. He didn't blink as he stared directly into the black cat's hazel gold eyes, his gaze piercing through the feline facade. The small animal didn't move for a heartbeat, before a sudden surge of dark purple light enveloped its body. The light pulsed with a demonic hum as the animalistic figure shifted and expanded into a human form. From the fading glow, a beautiful young woman appeared. She possessed a voluptuous hourglass figure that was impossible to ignore, and long black hair with split bangs that framed a face retaining those same sharp, hazel gold eyes with slit, cat-like pupils. Her attire was a striking black kimono with a vibrant red interior, cinched at the waist by a yellow obi and a set of golden beads. The garment featured an ornately detailed headband and was designed to be open at her shoulders, providing a clear view of her large breasts, a bust that could easily rival Lavinia's own. Swaying behind her were two distinct velvet black tails, and atop her head, a pair of matching cat ears twitched nervously. "Wait. I didn't intend to spy on you, Naya." The woman stammered, gesturing in a sudden panic. The moment she fully manifested, she felt the sheer weight of Jay's gaze, a cold pressure that made her fur stand on end. I am actually a wanderer. I was planning to go to the Grigori territory. On the way there I sensed some massive magic activations and curiosity just got the better of me, Naya." Jay remained motionless, his eyes narrowed as he analyzed the woman. Through a vesta, he could see past her physical beauty and her animal traits. Embedded deep within her soul was the unmistakable signature of an evil piece. A reincarnated devil, Jay thought, his mind categorizing her as a potential threat. "Don't lie to me," Jay said, his voice low. "Where is your master?" The Catwoman's eyes widened. She opened her mouth to say something, but Jay's gaze was too much for her to handle. It felt as if he would eat her alive if she did not tell him the truth. There is no master, Naya. I killed him," Kuroka said, a little bit hesitant. Hearing her answer, Jay's eyes softened ever so slightly, the murderous intent receding by a fraction. "So you are a stray devil." The woman nodded frantically. Jay stood there for a moment in the silence of the forest, his dark hazel eyes locked with her cat-like ones. "I see. So you didn't see or hear anything?" The Catwoman began hurriedly shaking her head, her tail swishing behind her in a blurred motion. "Nothing at all, Naya. I just got here." But the words had barely left her lips when Jay's figure vanished into thin air. Kuroka gasped, her feline senses failing to track his movement. In an instant he appeared directly behind her. Before she could leap away, Jay reached into his pocket dimension and pulled out a set of specially enhanced chains. The same ones Rizavim had used to bind Glenda during the Holy Grail War. With a series of swift, practiced movements, he wrapped the cold metal around her torso and arms, pinning her limbs to her sides. "Naya!" the surprised Catwoman yelped as the chains tightened. She stumbled, realizing her body was already bound tight. "What are you doing, Naya? You think I'd believe you just like that?" Jay asked, his voice devoid of emotion. Kuroka growled, her muscles tensing as she tried to flex her strength against the links. The chains began to groan and crackle under her demonic power, but before she could shatter them, Jay reached down and hoisted her body up. He slung her over his shoulder like a sack of grain, jumped down from the branch to the forest floor, and began walking toward Lavinia. Why did you tie her up, Illya Kovalenko?" Lavinia asked, tilting her head as she watched him. "She can run away easily with her teleportation," Jay explained. "Besides..." He locked eyes with Lavinia, and a silent understanding passed between them. They had just killed a high-ranking noble. They couldn't afford to leave any witnesses, no matter how harmless they appeared. "Hey! Don't carry me like a stray cat, Naya. Untie me right now," Kuroka protested, wiggling ineffectually on Jay's shoulder. Jay ignored her cries. A white teleportation circle manifested beneath the trio, and in a flash of light, they vanished from the mountainside. "Hey! I told you I didn't hear or see anything, Naya. Why won't you trust me?" The setting had shifted to the interior of a damp, old, and mossy building. The air smelled of stone and ancient dust. Kuroka sat on the floor, her beautiful figure still bound in the enchanted chains. In front of her, seated in a sturdy wooden chair, was Jay. He had changed into a simple gray sweatshirt and black trousers. He was currently focused on a set of documents in his hand, completely ignoring the Catwoman's pleading. Jay hadn't inspected the king piece yet. Lavinia had insisted that the artifact could wait until after a late dinner, noting that it was already 10 p.m. underworld time. Currently, the sounds of bubbling water and the scent of herbs drifted from the nearby kitchen where Lavinia was cooking. This location was an abandoned castle near the outskirts of the Abaddon region. It was a crumbling ruin that looked as if it hadn't housed a soul in decades, making it the perfect hideout for Jay and Lavinia during their time in the underworld. "Hey! Don't ignore me, Naya." Jay finally looked up, his expression unreadable. Kuroka the Nikomata, SS-rank criminal. Accused of killing her own master and losing her mind after becoming obsessed with power, Jay read from the document he had confiscated from her earlier. He looked from the paper back to her face. "You seem relatively normal in the head to me." "Of course I am, Naya. That last part is just a straight-up lie, Naya." Kuroka snapped, her tails twitching in irritation. "Why did you kill your master?" Jay asked bluntly. Kuroka flinched, her eyes clouding over. She frowned, her gaze dropping to the floor as she remained hesitant to answer. The silence stretched between them, heavy with the weight of her past. "Never mind. Don't answer if you don't want to," Jay said, turning his attention back to his papers. A moment later, Lavinia emerged from the kitchen carrying 3 steaming bowls of soup and a basket of fresh bread. "Dinner is ready." "Thank you, Lavi," Jay said, his tone softening instantly. Lavinia placed one bowl on the table for Jay and then, with a sympathetic look, placed another on the floor in front of Kuroka. The black-haired Catwoman stared at the bowl with a mixture of confusion and hunger. Jay stood up and approached her. With a quick motion, he released the catch on the enchanted chains, allowing them to slide off her body and clatter to the stone floor. "Yeah. Just eat and then you can go," Jay said. Kuroka remained still, confused with Jay's sudden change of attitude. Sensing the freedom she had been given, Kuroka hesitated. She could break the chain herself at any time, but she did not want the man who triggered her feline sense of danger to suddenly change his mind and kill her on the spot. Somehow, the black-haired young man in front of her gave her a strange feeling, one that made both of her tails tense every time he met her gaze. It was like looking into the eyes of a dragon. Jay gathered the chains and returned them to his pocket dimension before sitting down next to Lavinia to begin his meal. "Is it good?" Lavinia asked, watching him expectantly. "It's perfect," Jay replied. He had never been a picky eater, well, life hadn't allowed him that luxury. So naturally, it didn't take much to satisfy him. However, Lavinia's cooking, even at its simplest, was genuinely the best food he had ever tasted. Kuroka watched the two of them for a long moment, her stomach growling. She eventually reached out and picked up the bowl of soup. "What are you doing?" Sit at the table, Jay ordered without looking up. Kuroka's eyes narrowed. She wondered why he felt he could order her around, but the smell of the soup was too enticing to resist. She stood up and took a seat across from them. So you're Kuroka-chan, right? Lavinia asked kindly. Yes, Naya, and you are? Lavinia Rennie. It's nice to meet you. I'm sorry if Illya-kun was mean to you, he's actually a sweetheart deep down, Lavinia said with a warm smile. It's okay, Naya. It was my fault for being curious after sensing such a massive magical activation in the middle of nowhere, Kuroka admitted. She had learned tonight that curiosity could indeed kill a cat. So you said you were headed to the Grigori territory? Jay asked, his spoon pausing midair. Why are you visiting this place at all? You're a wanted criminal here. Kuroka nodded, her expression turning somber. I actually wanted to check on my sister, but then that terrorist attack happened at the stadium. Security went into a frenzy and I couldn't get near her, Naya. Jay and Lavinia shared a brief, meaningful look. And so I'm on my way to the Grigori, Naya, Kuroka concluded. What do you want with the fallen angels? Jay asked. Are you planning to join them? Well, not really. But I've heard there is a white dragon emperor residing there, Naya. At the mention of that name, Jay and Lavinia looked at each other again. I heard he's incredibly strong, so I was thinking of following him? I don't really know, I'm just following the flow type of person, Naya. Kuroka shrugged, her lack of a concrete plan becoming painfully obvious. I take back what I said earlier, Jay thought. This woman isn't right in the head. So, Kuroka-chan, Lavinia said bluntly, her voice tilting with pity. You don't actually know what you're doing, do you? Kuroka froze, the spoon halfway to her mouth. She went quiet, unable to find an answer to the simple question Lavinia asked. No? Lavinia laughed lightly, a soft sound that echoed through the damp stone walls of the castle. Jay merely shook his head in disbelief. The silence that followed was no longer tense, but rather a warm one. May I ask something, Naya? Kuroka spoke up hesitantly. Her bowl was already empty and her posture had relaxed. Sure, Lavinia answered, resting her chin on her hand. Why are you two, a half-devil and a human, together in this remote place, Naya? Kuroka asked, her eyes darting between them. Half-devil? Jay paused, realizing he was still maintaining the souls of the devils the Grail had absorbed inside his body. Then the devil energy disappeared instantly, making Kuroka's cat-like eyes widen until they were perfectly round. What? Why, you are a human, Naya. And what if I am? Jay replied. I mean, nothing, but how are you even able to do that, Naya? Let's just say I have my ways, Jay said, offering no further elaboration. Sensing his lack of interest in explaining his secrets, Kuroka didn't pry further. They finished their meal in a strange, peaceful silence. Once the bowls were set aside, the Nikomata stood up, her ears twitching as she looked toward the exit. So, I can really go, right, Naya? Kuroka asked, her voice tinged with a lingering disbelief. Yeah. Why are you hesitating now? Jay replied. He stood up and gathered the empty bowls, preparing to do the dishes. I mean, you looked like you wanted to kill me, Naya, and now you're just letting me go? That's cruel, you know, Naya. A woman's heart isn't something you toy with like that, Kuroka purred, her natural playfulness slipping into a soft, flirtatious tone. Jay raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Nobody is playing with your heart. Now go before I change my mind. Lavinia let out another giggle at Jay's bluntness. Hearing the confirmation, Kuroka turned and jumped toward the large, arched castle window. The moonlight poured in, illuminating her silhouette against the darkness of the forest outside. But just as she crouched on the ledge ready to leap, Jay's voice stopped her. Oh, and there is one more thing. Kuroka froze, her body tensed on the window frame. She turned her head, looking back at the black-haired man standing in the center of the room. If you want to remove those evil pieces within you, come here tomorrow at this same time. I'll remove them from you. The playful glint in Kuroka's eyes vanished instantly. Her expression became unreadable, a mixture of shock, suspicion, and a sudden, deep-seated longing. Without giving a verbal answer, she pivoted and vanished into the night. Seconds later, the faint ripple of a teleportation circle signaled her departure from the immediate area. Seeing the Catwoman vanish into the trees, Lavinia stood up and walked over to Jay, sliding her hand into his. She's just like us, isn't she? Yeah, Jay murmured. When he had asked her why she killed her master, he had seen that look in her eyes. It was a look they knew very well. The look of someone who felt completely alone in this world. Though he and Lavinia were no longer alone, they still remembered how that felt. Anyway, it's time for sleep, Lavinia declared, stretching her arms above her head. Wait, we haven't even had a chance to inspect the king piece yet, Jay reminded her. It can wait until tomorrow, can't it? You know, you really need to fix that procrastination side of yours, Lavi, Jay said, though there was no real bite in his words. Nope, I told you there are many things you can enjoy in life, right, Illya? And a good night's sleep is one of them. How can you even enjoy sleeping in this haunted castle? Woo, is Illya afraid of ghosts? That's ridiculous. Despite the banter, both of them decided to sleep for the night. The next morning, the sun struggled to pierce through the perpetual gray clouds of the underworld. Jay was seated on the highest point of the old castle's roof. His eyes were closed, his breathing slow and rhythmic as he worked to stabilize his soul and energy, diligent morning routine he never missed since the fight against Azidahaka. Illya, breakfast is ready. Lavinia's voice drifted up from below. Jay didn't bother with the stairs as he simply vanished in a flicker of purple flame, reappearing in the kitchen where a plate of bacon, eggs, and toast awaited him. So the underworld has bacon too. I haven't seen any pigs here. Is it from some other kind of pig? Jay muttered, poking at the meat with a fork. Lavinia sat down next to him, a slight smile on her face. Oh, and also. She reached for a folded newspaper and slid it across the table. It seems they've already put a bounty on your head, Illya. Jay wasn't surprised. He had not intended to kill anyone, as he had expected the 4 Satans to block his attack. But Ravel Phoenix and his peerage failed to survive. And he was from a very influential family on top of that. The political fallout is inevitable. He opened the paper. On the front page was a sketch of his hooded figure. The hooded man. Wanted. SSS rank criminal. They're really pissed, aren't they? Jay muttered before tossing the paper aside. It doesn't matter. This incident has already made some of them paranoid, it seems. Hence, depending on the location of the Ars Goishia, it could actually benefit us. The devils were mostly self-centered creature. Except for a few exceptions, Jay thought, his mind drifting to Ravel and Surzex. They would definitely focus on strengthening their own territories instead of searching for him. Still, he could confirm it soon enough. Jay reached out, and the crimson glowing king piece manifested in his palm. Let's just find out for ourselves, he said. Jay hesitated for a fleeting second. There was a chance the king piece had no connection to the books of Solomon, which would mean all of this had been for nothing. But he shook off the doubt. As he focused his mind on the crimson piece, a sudden flood of information rushed into his mind. His eyes widened with light. Though there is no smile, it definitely is a good news. It works, the king piece. No, it's more than that. Lavinia leaned in, her eyes bright with anticipation. All of the original evil pieces created by Ajuka Beelzebub and the rest of the king pieces, they were all created using the principles and formulas from the Ars Goishia. Lavinia stood up, a wide, triumphant smile breaking across her face. So the Ars Goishia is actually here? In the underworld? Yes. It's located in a city called Agrias, Jay said. Lavinia's smile grew even wider. Then let's go there right now. But. Jay paused, his expression unreadable. But. Jay looked back at the king piece, the information he had just extracted painting a difficult picture. The place where it's stored is a little complicated. Chapter 82 Agrias. Agrias is one of the major cities in the underworld, located directly above the Agars region. It is far from an ordinary city, existing as a massive floating island suspended high in the sky. While it serves as a popular tourist resort, it is also a vital strategic hub that controls the flow of air throughout the underworld. The city is famously maintained by the servants of the current Beelzebub, ensuring its advanced systems remain functional. Compared to the rural, jagged landscape of the Adramelech region or the old capital of Lucifad, which is dominated by classic Victorian architecture, Agrias is a true metropolitan city. It is comparable to major human cities like Tokyo, featuring a skyline that mirrors the modern world. Life there appears much like any human city, with people moving through the streets and engaging in their daily activities. In a quiet cafe located near the Agrias Dome, one of the most famous raiding game stadium in Underworld, two people sat on a shaded balcony, sipping black tea. From their vantage point, they could see the city stretching out in every direction, a maze of steel and magic. "So that place is really underground, huh?" Lavinia remarked, her voice barely a whisper over the clinking of china. It was almost midday. The streets below were not particularly busy, likely due to the lingering fear caused by the terrorist attack in Lusafad only a day prior. Despite the heightened security and the palpable tension in the air, many devils continued their daily routines, walking past storefronts and digital billboards that broadcasted updates on the SSS-rank criminal hunt, unaware that the very criminal they were searching for was inside the city. "Yeah. You could see it from below before we teleported here, right? The massive structure supporting this entire city is shaped like an inverted cone, resembling a giant funnel," Jay said. He leaned back, his eyes scanning the horizon but his mind focused elsewhere. Lavinia nodded, remembering the sight of the jagged, mountainous underside of the floating island. The funnel itself is actually divided into 9 distinct, circular floors. According to the information I extracted from the King Piece, the Grail said that the Ars Goishia is stored at the very near bottom of that structure, Jay continued. It is near the ground zero point of this island, specifically within the sealed 8th floor. His tone shifted. "A place called Malbulge." A heavy silence settled over their table at the mention of that name. Lavinia's cup paused halfway to her lips, and her eyes clouded with a flicker of memory. "Malbulge. I've heard that name before from the Chief General of Grauzoberer," Lavinia muttered, her expression turning somber before she looked back at Jay. "So, the reason you said this was complicated is because it's impossible to enter using teleportation?" "Exactly," Jay confirmed. "I tried to extend my domain toward the lower levels earlier, but there is this seal protecting the 8th floor. It can't be bypassed by my magic, as if the entire floor exists within some sort of isolated dimensional gap. Can't you just break the seal like you did with the barrier at the Lucifer Stadium?" Lavinia suggested. Jay shook his head slowly. "It's different this time. The runes that form the seal aren't written on the outside, so it's impossible for my eyes to analyze them. The only way forward now is to go inside physically," Jay explained. "Then it's simple," Lavinia said, her voice regaining its usual gentle confidence. "We teleport directly to the 7th circle and search for the entrance to that place." "Yeah, that's the best we can do for now," Jay nodded. He finished the last of his black tea before Jay stood up. "But before we head down there, I need to do something first." Without another word, Jay's figure flickered and vanished in a flicker of purple flames. Lavinia was left alone on the balcony, where she lingered a few moments longer, quietly enjoying her tea as she watched the city of Agrias hum with unsuspecting life. The morning light of the underworld offered no comfort to Surzek's Lucifer. He had not slept a single wink since the terrorist attack at the stadium. The 4 Satans had been locked in an emergency session throughout the night, dissecting the failure of their security and the sheer scale of the devastation. Only a few hours prior, Lord Phoenix had met personally with him during his meeting with the other Satans. And after the emergency meeting, the decision had been made by 4 of them. The hooded man was officially a wanted SSS-rank criminal. Now fresh news had arrived from the Phoenix family, prompting Surzek to move with urgent steps toward the Phoenix mansion, while the ever-present Graphia Lucifuge followed at his side. Upon entering the mansion, they were welcomed by a somber butler who led them into a grand drawing room. Inside, the atmosphere was suffocatingly heavy. Lord and Lady Phoenix stood near the hearth, while Riser Phoenix stood off to the side with his peerage. In the center of the room sat Ravel Phoenix, looking like a ghost of her former self. "Surzek, thank you for coming on such short notice," Lord Phoenix said, his voice weary. "Lord Phoenix, everyone." Surzek gave them a respectful nod, his eyes lingering on the broken state of the room's occupants. "You said you had something urgent to discuss regarding the identity of the hooded man?" "Yes," Lord Phoenix nodded, his gaze shifting toward his youngest daughter. Ravel Phoenix kept her head lowered. Her signature golden drill-like curls, usually kept in perfect condition, were a tangled mess draped over her trembling shoulders. Her hands were clasped tightly in her lap. "Ravel, please. Tell Surzek everything you told us earlier," Lord Phoenix urged gently. Surzek and Graphia watched as the young girl remained silent, her breath coming in jagged hitches. Surzex walked forward, moving with a grace of Satan's but the empathy of an older brother, and crouched in front of Ravel to meet her eyes. "Ravel, do not be afraid," Surzex said, his voice soothing and gentle. "If you know the identity of the person who caused this, or if you saw anything at all, please tell me. We need to stop him so he can never hurt anyone like this again. You are safe here. Just tell us what you know." Ravel fell silent for a moment. I killed my brother." "No!" Ravel suddenly screamed, burying her face in her hands as a fresh wave of agony took hold. "No, Ravel, you didn't do that, you didn't kill anyone," Surzex corrected her softly, reaching out but stopping just short of touching her. "That man is the one who caused this. So please tell me anything you remember about him." Ravel went silent, her sobbing subsiding into a hollow, rhythmic trembling. Surzex waited patiently before reaching into his coat and taking out a sketch from the front page of the morning newspaper, showing the hooded man along with an abstract overall description. "Do you know who this man is, Ravel?" Ravel remained silent for a long moment. Slowly, she tilted her head up. When her eyes landed on the image, the tears began to flow anew, hot and bitter. He lied to me," she whispered, her voice cracking. "He told me he just wanted to watch the rating games. He seemed so kind, so different. Why am I so stupid?" She broke down into loud, heaving sobs. Lady Phoenix immediately moved to her side, pulling the girl into a fierce, protective hug. "I am sorry, Surzex. She is overwhelmed," Lady Phoenix said softly. "Tisk, stop crying already. Your tears won't bring Ravel and I Sama back." Riser snapped from the corner, his face twisted in a mask of grief and fury. "Riser, that is enough." Lord Phoenix turned, glaring at his son. Lady Phoenix stood up, guiding the hysterical Ravel toward the exit. "I'll take her to her room." Surzex and Graphia watched them leave, their hearts heavy with sympathy. They could only imagine the crushing weight of guilt Ravel was carrying, believing herself to be the one that allowed that monster into the stadium, only for him to kill her brother. Once the door clicked shut, the room was left to the three men, Graphia and Riser Peerages. "Tisk, Surzex Sama, I know that man," Riser said, his voice trembling with suppressed rage. "I saw him at Rias's party just the night before the rating game." The revelation hit Surzex and Graphia like a physical blow. Their eyes widened in synchronized shock. What did you just say?" Surzex asked, his voice losing its warmth. "I saw him there." "That half-devil," Riser spat, his face flushing crimson. "He was talking with Ravel on the balcony. He must have been manipulating her then, setting the stage to gain access to the stadium. A filthy half-breed killed my brother, and I let him walk right past me. Fuck." Riser's grip tightened on the crystal glass in his hand until it shattered into 1,000 glittering shards, the wine mixing with the blood on his palm. "Riser, do you know what he looks like? Did you see his face clearly?" Surzex pressed. "He had black hair, he was tall and—" Riser paused, his eyes narrowing as a specific detail surfaced in his memory. "Yes. He had these weird, haunting eyes. There was some kind of X symbol, some sort of scar in his left eye." Surzex and Graphia froze. They exchanged a look of realization. The sudden shift in their demeanor was so obvious that Lord Phoenix stepped forward. "Are you two perhaps familiar with the person Riser is describing?" Lord Phoenix asked. Surzex remained silent, his mind racing through a lot of possibilities. "There is no way it is that man. It can't be." Sarafal was adamant that the perpetrator was a half-devil, a being with a devil energy inside of him. "That young man. Zayyn is a human. Something doesn't add up," he thought. After a silence. "We actually know someone who matches Riser's description perfectly," Surzex admitted cautiously. "But the discrepancy is confusing. The man we know is a human, not a half-devil." "No way," Riser countered firmly. "The person I met on that balcony, the one talking to my sister, was clearly a half-devil. I could feel his aura. I would definitely know if he is just a human." Surzex fell into deep thought, his brow furrowed. "Wait. I remember now. That man, Zayyn, offered to take the evil piece out of Gasperkuin's body. If he really has the power to do something like that, could he have done something similar to his own body? Could he have masked himself as one of us?" The confusion only deepened. Ravel had recognized the outfit, and Riser had identified his appearance. The chances of two different people wearing the same or similar attire and possessing the same distinct eye were astronomically low. But the nature of the attack still didn't fit. Sirzeks, this human you mentioned, who is he? If there is even a chance it is him, we must investigate immediately, Lord Phoenix said, a glimmer of desperate hope appearing in his tired eyes. It is not that simple, Lord Phoenix, Sirzeks sighed. The person I am talking about is a quite significant figure. A big shot? He is a human. How significant can he possibly be? Have you ever heard the title? Godslayer? Sirzeks asked. Lord Phoenix's eyes widened and he nodded slowly. The human who killed the Shinto god Susanoo? Yes, I've heard the rumors. But his identity was never confirmed, and his appearance is almost completely unknown, so I thought it was just a rumor. It's not. I actually met him once in Romania, Sirzeks explained. And I can tell you that man is undeniably strong. Just based on his aura alone, he is at least as strong as Sarafal. Sirzeks said. The statement surprised both Lord Phoenix and Riser. A human as strong as one of the legendary four Satans? That had never been heard of. So you think it is him? I am not sure. The attack at the stadium involved a divine lightning attribute. From my records, that is not a power a human can wield easily. Furthermore, this man goes by the name Zayyn Illya. I had him investigated, but he has no birth records, no history. He appeared out of nowhere about a year ago in Kyoto, Japan. Sirzeks said. And he is also known as the Scorched Magician, the wielder of the Longinus, Incinerate Anthem. Sirzeks said, looking at the floor. There are no records of him using any lightning attributes in his battles, which is the part that confuses me, he continued. Lord Phoenix and Riser fell silent, contemplating Sirzeks' words. Is it possible? Sirzeks wondered. Could he have claimed Susanoo's power for himself after killing him? No, that shouldn't be possible for a human. If a human wields divine authority, their soul and body are fundamentally altered. They become something else. A demigod. And from what I've seen, he clearly isn't one. He thought. The heavy silence of the room was suddenly shattered by the sharp, rhythmic chiming of a magical communication device. Graphia reached into her uniform and pulled out the small, glowing crystal. As she listened to the report from the other side, her stoic expression shifted into one of genuine alarm. What? Her voice, usually a calm monotone, drew everyone's attention instantly. What is it, Graphia? Sirzeks asked, his hand instinctively going to the hilt of his power. Sirzeks-sama. Graphia stopped in disbelief for a moment. There is a massive terrorist attack currently underway in the Agrias territory, Graphia reported. Sirzeks, Lord Phoenix, and Riser stood up in unison, their chairs scraping loudly against the floor. What? Is it the same hooded man? Sirzeks demanded. Graphia shook her head, her face pale. No, the reports say the attackers are identifying themselves as the old Satan faction. The room fell into a deathly silence. A chill ran down Sirzeks' spine as he processed the news. The timing was too perfect. The underworld was already reeling from an SSS rank threat, and now the internal rebels were making their move. What is happening? Sirzeks whispered, his expression cold with exhaustion. Meanwhile, at the top of a building in Agrias territory, Jay looked out from a distance and saw hundreds of devils, appearing to be some kind of army or guard force, descending from the floating island of Agrias city into the now chaotic Agrias city. The blazing black grail floated at his side. From dozens of kilometers away, he could see the chaos the thousands of resurrected devils had caused in the city of Agrias. Buildings burned and one by one the unfortunate devils were being slaughtered. Maybe some of them were innocent. Maybe they were just like him. Maybe he was just a hypocrite. And maybe he was the devil after all. Even as the screams of the people he blamed for his suffering echoed from afar, he felt nothing. Revenge was never sweet. It was only a bitter, unsatisfying spiral of descent. He had always believed that evil was born when someone chose to use their power to stand above others. People like Ravel did not deserve to suffer the way she was suffering now. But he was the one who had caused that pain. Maybe he hated himself too. Lavi. He had thought about it, about forgetting everything and living with her in Valira with the kids. Maybe that could fill the hollowness in his heart. But did he deserve happiness while his family lay dead, killed by their kind? If he chose peace for himself, would that be redemption or just another form of betrayal? Jay did not know. But one thing he knew for sure. There is no going back. Then, in a flicker of purple flames, his figure disappeared. Chapter 83, Malbulge. Since the day Cain killed Abel, violence has always been humanity's answer, and silence became God's response. So which is more evil, the hand that kills, the silence that allows it, or was it the devil all along? Or perhaps neither is evil, perhaps the world is simply is. In a shimmering teleportation circle pulsing with the ice hue of Lavinia's magic, enveloped them and transported them deep within the subterranean foundations of the floating city of Agrias. As the light faded, the humid air of the deep underground pressed against them. "So this is the seventh circle," Lavinia muttered, her sapphire eyes widening as she took in her surroundings. "This isn't what I expected at all." She had anticipated a dark place, underground, maybe with some flames, just like how the circles of hell are usually portrayed in books. Instead, the cavern was a surreal myriad of light. Massive clusters of translucent crystals protruded from the walls and ceiling like frozen lightning. These formations acted as natural prisms, catching the faint ambient mana of the island and refracting it into a breathtaking myriad of colors that illuminated the tunnels with an otherworldly glow. To Lavinia, it was easily one of the most beautiful sights she had ever witnessed. Meanwhile, Jay scanned his surroundings. His eyes ignited as the glowing X of Avesta began scanning the geological composition of the cave, especially the crystals. "I see, so these are the crystals used to forge the evil pieces," Jay said, his voice echoing softly against the prismatic walls. He had heard that Ajuka Beelzebub created the evil pieces using the crystals found on Agrias Island to help replenish the devil population after the Great War, which had caused the deaths of countless devils. "But this? I thought these would be a specialized type of crystal that only resonated with devil attributes," Jay muttered, reaching out to touch a jagged shard. "They don't?" Lavinia asked, stepping closer. Jay exerted a fraction of his physical strength, snapping a piece of the crystal off the wall with his bare hand. He held it up to the light, inspecting its magical structure with a focused gaze. "No. This is just an incredibly conductive general attribute material with high magical endurance. These are high-end crystals that could theoretically hold any form of energy," Jay explained. To demonstrate, a flicker of purple flame from the Incinerate Anthem engulfed the shard in his palm. Instead of shattering or melting under the intense heat of the Longinus flame, the crystal simply absorbed the fire. It turned a deep, translucent purple, glowing from within as it stored the energy of the purple flames. "Whoa, it's beautiful," Lavinia said, leaning in to watch the violet light dancing inside the stone. Jay nodded, impressed by the crystal's capability. "See, this is what I meant. With any other mineral, the heat of my flames would have reduced it to ash instantly. But this is storing the energy perfectly. Then does that mean, let's say if the angels used their holy energy instead of the devil's demonic power, they could make something similar to the evil pieces? Reincarnated angels, perhaps?" Lavinia wondered aloud. Jay nodded. Using the same principles, the techniques Ajuka Beelzebub developed to produce modern batches of evil pieces without direct reliance on the Ars Goishia, the angel faction should theoretically be able to achieve the same thing, Jay confirmed. "That's amazing, I suppose," Lavinia muttered. She looked around at the vast deposits stretching into the darkness. "But who created these crystals anyway?" Jay shook his head, his expression thoughtful. "I don't know. Even the Grail couldn't provide any information about the origin of these crystals. They are likely far older than the current devil civilization, perhaps even predating their creation." Jay explained. "It's also possible that knowledge of their origin is simply inaccessible to the Grail," Jay said, recalling how the same thing had happened when he tried to use the Grail to uncover the nature of his black flame. "Ah," Lavinia paused, her eyes sparkling with a sudden thought. "Wait, Illya Kovalenko, doesn't that make this crystal the perfect vessel for the Anthem of Life?" Jay went still for a moment, weighing the possibility. The Anthem of Life required a medium capable of sustaining immense amount of heat and energy without degrading. "Now that you mention it, you are right. But that also creates another question. How should I integrate it into my body? I don't think I literally want a body made of crystal," Jay said. What about your bones?" Lavinia suggested with a playful tilt of her head. "We could replace your skeleton with these crystals." "Yep. That should work." Jay looked at Lavinia as if she were crazy. Stop saying terrifying things, Lavi, he said, his expression completely flat. I'm just saying, Lavinia shrugged, her lips curving into a mischievous smile. Jay fell silent for a moment. But let's take a few just in case, Jay decided. The jet-black blade of Habakiri manifested in his hand, and with an effortless blurred slash, a massive cluster of the crystals was severed from the wall. Before they could hit the ground, Jay swept them into his pocket dimension. As he finished, he noticed the smug, satisfied expression on Lavinia's face and raised an eyebrow. What? Nothing, Lavinia sang, making Jay even more confused. He then signaled for them to continue. They moved deeper into the cave, Jay using his domain to track the faint magical signatures of the seal while also keeping their trail through the grail. As they descended further underground, the environment began to shift slowly. The wide, luminescent halls narrowed into confined, claustrophobic tunnels. The brilliant crystal deposits became sparse, then disappeared entirely, leaving them in a suffocating darkness. Jay summoned a steady blazing orb of the Incinerate Anthem's violet flame to light their path. He held his left hand firmly around Lavinia's as they navigated the uneven terrain. A date in hell is actually not bad, isn't it, Illya? Lavinia asked suddenly. It's just a little bit suffocating. Ah. Perhaps that's what makes it even more exciting. Lavinia laughed lightly, her voice echoing strangely in the narrow space. I don't think this is hell, Lavi, Jay replied. Lavinia smiled. Jay didn't even deny that it was a date. You're right. When you mentioned that the underground of Agrias was divided into 9 circles, I thought it was the same hell described in the Divine Comedy, Lavinia said. That's not entirely wrong, Jay replied. The Grail informed me that this place was once where the old Satans resided. They may have been drawn here by the crystals. Because of that, they likely modeled the underground structure after the real hell. While the actual hell is located at the furthest edge of the underworld, beneath the land called Limbo, Jay continued. Ah, I've heard that too. The Governor-General mentioned it when I visited the underworld for the first time, Lavinia recalled. Jay nodded. And Limbo is constructed with 7 circles, just like this place, each circle representing the original sins. Then there is the 7th circle of violence. And beneath that. Jay stopped. It should be where Malbulge is located, Lavinia finished the thought. Yeah. This place was probably also used as an entrance to the other parts of hell from the devil world, because going all the way to the edge of the underworld just to reach hell would be far too much hassle, Jay said. Though the Grail didn't mention it, maybe the entrance to the first 7th circle and the last circle, which is the 9th circle of the hell, the ice hell Cocytus, is destroyed for some reason. Lavinia pondered this as they walked. But why wouldn't they also destroy the entrance to Malbulge? That. I don't know, Jay answered. Maybe they couldn't? So something is preventing them from destroying it? Maybe the seals. Or there is something else. They walked a while longer until the tunnel suddenly opened up into a space of staggering proportions. They had arrived in a giant cave hall engulfed in a darkness so thick it felt tangible. Jay increased the intensity of the Incinerate Anthem flame, pushing the violet light outward to reveal the view of the room. The cave had been carved into a perfect, massive dome. Every available surface from the floor beneath their feet, the towering walls and the distant, arched ceiling was covered in a dense thicket of ancient runes and glyphs. They pulsed with a faint darkness that absorbed the violet light, written in a language that even Lavinia did not recognize. This, she whispered, her voice full of awe and dread. This is the entrance to the 8th circle, Jay said, his voice dropping low. The entrance to Malbulge. Hearing those words from Jay, Lavinia's eyes scanned their surroundings with a newfound intensity. The air in the cavern felt ancient and stagnant, weighted down by the sheer density of the magic woven into the walls. So this is the seal that makes your domain unable to reach this place, she noted softly. Yeah, Jay muttered. A vesper ignited within his eyes, the light glowing fiercely in the dim, vaulted hall. The X-shaped crosses in his pupils cast a haunting radiance against the stone, reflecting off the obsidian-like surfaces of the runes, as if the runes themselves were absorbing the violet light of his flames. Can you destroy these seals, Illya? Lavinia asked as she walked around the perimeter of the room, her fingers tracing the air just inches from the pulsating glyphs to inspect their structure. Of course. You know the saying, there is nothing that hasn't been written in Avesta, Jay said with a flat, emotionless expression, sending a subtle backlash to the memory of the deceased three-headed dragon whose authority he now wielded. Jay stood still for several minutes, his gaze darting across the walls as Avesta deconstructed the layers of the barrier. Suddenly, hundreds of enormous dark purple magical circles composed of Incinerate Anthem's flames materialized in the air. They hummed with a magical resonance, casting long violet shadows across the hall. And slowly, the runes and glyphs, which appeared to be written in a substance of pure, concentrated darkness, began to degrade. The darkness sizzled as it was overtaken by the heat of the Longinus. And from the deconstructive magic, the runes suddenly glowed with a faint dying crimson light before they began to disappear one by one, like embers fading in the wind. After a few tense seconds, the entire hall, which had been smothered in ancient writing, was swept clean. The stone was left bare. But the expected doorway did not appear. Nothing happened, Lavinia murmured, her voice echoing in the sudden emptiness. Are there still some runes left? Where is the entrance? Lavinia asked, looking toward Jay, who was still scanning the area with his ignited eye, searching if there are some hidden runes. I don't know, but that should have been all of them, Jay said, his brow furrowing slightly. But then, suddenly, FWUSHH. Both of their eyes widened as an enormous surge of energy erupted violently from the ground. An intense searing heat flared upward, threatening to burn them both to cinders in an instant. Sensing the incoming thermal wave, Lavinia reacted with a blur of speed, instantly enveloping both herself and Jay in a protective sphere composed of absolute demise energy. The whitish frost-like aura of her magic clashed with the rising heat, creating a volatile hiss of steam. A massive shockwave followed, vibrating through the very foundation of the ground beneath their feet. Sensing that the ground was about to collapse entirely, Jay teleported to Lavinia's side and gripped her hand firmly. And just as expected, the ground beneath their feet instantly collapsed, shattering into millions of fragments and revealing a yawning, endless abyss. What happened? Lavinia screamed, her voice barely audible over the thunderous sound of the fissure opening beneath them. The blazing black grail appeared at Jay's side, its dark flames flickering wildly as Avesta burned bright in his eyes. Don't worry, I think this is the entrance gate, Jay shouted back, raising his voice to be heard over the roar of the collapsing earth. Suddenly, as if they were caught in a powerful gravitational pull, both of their figures were yanked downward. They fell into the endless darkness of the abyss, the light of the upper cavern vanishing in a heartbeat. The void engulfed them, and for a moment, time seemed to slow down, making it feel as if they were suspended in a state of limbo. They fell deeper and deeper into the throat of the world. And after a couple of minutes that felt like an eternity spent in the lightless silence, they finally saw a glimmer of crimson light below. Preparing for the landing, Lavinia channeled her flight magic, as white magic circle beneath appeared beneath their feet and slowing their descent as the air began to grow thick and sulphurous. As they emerged from the darkness portal, they were welcomed by a view straight out of nightmare. Before them lay a desolate wasteland of red earth and jagged mountains, all of which were being consumed by perpetual, blazing crimson flames. Beneath the cliffs, a literal sea of blood churned and boiled. As they finally landed on the scorched crimson ground, the heat was so oppressive that it would have turned their clothes to ash instantly if not for Lavinia's absolute demise energy shielding them from the radiation. So this is hell. No, Malbulge. The evil ditches, Jay said, his voice flat as he surveyed the ruinous landscape. I should have picked fire-resistant clothes, Lavinia muttered. Despite the Ferzen shield blocking the direct heat, the visual of the burning world was stifling. As they scanned their surroundings, a blast of golden energy suddenly manifested out of thin air, swirling around Jay. It coalesced into a heavy, ornate golden robe that draped over his shoulders. The sudden appearance of the garment left both him and Lavinia completely confused. But then... Splurt! Jay's eyes widened in shock as blood suddenly splattered from beneath the golden cloth. Deep, jagged wounds opened across his body as if he were being flayed by invisible blades. What? He muttered, his breath hitching as the golden fabric began to turn red. Illya Kovalenko? Lavinia cried, her face pale with worry as she reached out to him. Jay gestured with his hand, stopping her. No, it's okay. With a sudden burst of purple flame, Jay ignited his own aura. The golden cloak was instantly engulfed in the violet fire of Incinerate Anthem and burned to gray ashes, revealing the gruesome, bleeding wounds beneath his shredded clothes. With a flicker of the black flame on the grail, a dark restorative light washed over his torso, healing the wounds instantly. However, Jay's eyes did not leave the horizon. What was that just now? Lavinia asked, her heart still racing from the suddenness and the bizarre nature of the attack. Jay shook his head slowly. I don't know, but... Do you feel it, Lavi? What do you dash? Lavinia's words were cut short as a violent earthquake rocked the ground beneath them. Suddenly, a dozen pillars of malicious energy shot up into the sky in the distance. The aura they emitted was so ominous and full of malice that it felt almost comparable to the presence of Azzy Dahaka himself. Don't tell me. Lavinia whispered, her sapphire eyes reflecting the dark crimson energy that was now towering into the heavens. Yes. This is the reason why the entrance to Malbulge was the only one that wasn't destroyed. The seal wasn't actually meant to hide the entrance itself. It was meant to keep these things inside, Jay explained. As the Grail's black flame danced on its rim, it fed information directly into Jay's mind, deciphering the energy signatures vibrating across the horizon. Long ago, the original 4 Great Satans created 12 living weapons. They were forged in secret using those very special crystals we saw earlier. They created those weapons using the sacred gears that God of the Bible created as a reference, Jay said. As Jay spoke, memories began flooding back to Lavinia. She had heard this information before from the Chief General of Grauzauberer, Mephistopheles. Those weapons go by various names. The Evil Claws. 12 Convicted Sinners. The Guardians of Hell, but the most well-known name is. Lavinia finished the sentence, her eyes narrowing. Malbranch. Chapter 84, 12 Convicted Sinners. Kill them all. Leave nothing but ashes. The roar echoed through the streets of Agrias city like a death knell. Thousands of devils supposedly from old Satan faction rushed toward the city in a brutal, disorganized wave of violence. Their auras flared with the intensity of high-class and even some low-level ultimate-class devils, a force formidable enough to level an entire city full of civilian. Within the city walls, the civilian population stood no chance. The screams of the innocent were cut short as they were slaughtered in their homes, and the landscape of Agrias city began to crumble as buildings were consumed by crimson flickering flames. The air grew heavy with the scent of sulfurs, ash and scorched earth. Before suddenly the sky itself seemed to fracture. From high above, a streak of brilliant blue light lunged toward the city like a falling star. It moved with a velocity that defied the laws of physics or even magics, trailing a wake of shimmering mana. In a heartbeat the light slowed, revealing the Satan blue, Ajuka Beelzebub suspended in the air. He looked down upon the burning city with a serious expression, his green robe fluttering violently in the wind of his own arrival. What are these people? He whispered to himself. His sharp eyes drifted across the battlefield. Below him, hundreds of Agrias military guards, sent as reinforcements from the floating island, were struggling to hold the line against the sheer number of attackers. Every fiber of Ajuka's analytical mind began to process the sight in front of him, and one nagging question surfaced. Are they really from the old Satan faction? Differentiating between extra demons to those fanatics was always difficult, but something about this was exceptionally off. Ajuka did not wait for an answer. He launched himself toward the rushing front line of the invading force like a shooting star, slicing through the air and warping it in his wake. He plunged into the thick of the enemy ranks, his movements a blur of deep blue. As he drifted past the first wave, he didn't even strike them physically. With a subtle sweep of his hand, he commanded the air around him. Fwoosh! The wind, bent to his will, compressed into fine, transparent blades of vacuum, as if the natural laws of the world themselves lay beneath his feet. They whistled through the air, instantly decapitating and bisecting hundreds of attackers in a single fluid motion. Splurt! Arg! Screams of agony echoed through the now blood-spilled streets. The sudden appearance of the Satan, enveloped in a terrifying emanating blue aura, drew the attention of everyone in the city. The civilian devils of Agrias city, whose faces had been masks of grim despair only moments ago, now looked up in sudden hope. Even the invaders halted their slaughter, their bodies locking in place as they felt their very existence being crushed into the dirt by the mere presence of Ajuka Beelzebub. Sensing the overwhelming danger like machines triggered by a threat detection system, the devils of the old Satan faction reacted instinctively and without thought, drawn toward the greatest danger present. Thousands of dark, deep crimson magic circles manifested in front of them simultaneously. And a myriad of demonic energy projectiles from fireballs, ice shards, and bolts of dark lightning lit up the city in a rainbow of destructive power. With a collective roar and a massive shockwave, the Rainbow Rain was launched. Foam. Thousands of projectiles accelerated toward Agrias at subsonic speeds, a wall of death intended to erase him from the sky. But Agrias remained motionless, his eyes narrowed as he looked down at the sea of enemies beneath him. Cancera formula. The words were spoken with a quiet, terrifying authority. In an instant the world seemed to stutter. After that, thousands of green magic circles enveloped every single projectile. Instantly each one stopped dead in midair. They hung suspended in the sky, trembling against the invisible calculations Agrias imposed to rewrite the laws governing the very phenomenon that had created them. The lazy, laid-back Satan that people often saw was gone. In his place was the architect of the evil pieces, the man that rewrite laws of universe, a man who viewed reality as a series of equations to be solved. And with a gentle, almost bored sweep of his hand, Agrias recalculated the vectors of every spell. The projectiles turned 180 degrees, their tips now aimed directly back at the city streets where the invaders stood. Perish! Like a swarm of auto-aiming missiles, the projectiles accelerated downward. Thousands of blasting sounds echoed across the city as the rain of various elements descended. Each bolt found its mark with unerring accuracy, piercing through the hearts and skulls of every devil belonging to the supposed old Satan faction. Arg! Phew! Blood splurted across the pavement, drowning the scorched streets in a fresh coat of crimson. Within seconds, the vast army that had threatened to consume Agrias was reduced to a field of corpses by their own attack. The surviving civilians watched in stunned silence as their hero, suspended in the sky with his green robe fluttering slowly, began his descent. In an effortless manner, Agrias Beelzebub had wiped out thousands of high-ranking to low ultimate-class devils in a heartbeat. However, his face remained grim as he scanned the devastation. With another sweep of his hand, he executed another one of his legendary technique. The crimson demonic flames that had been devouring the buildings throughout the city were instantly converted into harmless particles of light, dissolving into the atmosphere. Despite the victory, the damage was irreversible. Hundreds of people lay dead in the rubble. I was too late. Agrias thought, his hand clenching into a tight fist at his side. As his feet finally touched the blood-stained ground, the people who had been cowering or wounded slowly began to rise. They looked at the man in green with a mixture of awe and salvation. One man, his voice trembling and his eyes wet with tears, was the first to speak. Satan Sama. A cheer erupted from the survivors. The people of Agrias raised their wounded hands, shouting the name of their leader. They were alive because of one of the four Satans. They saw him as a hero, but Agrias felt only a growing sense of unease. What is going on here? Agrias wondered, his eyes scanning the horizon even as people crowded around him. There was no strategy, no plan behind the attack. No clear leader. No discernible motive. Overall, the entire attack made no sense. Why would they suddenly attack this city now? Were they simply seizing the momentum from the terrorist attack yesterday? But for what purpose? It was as if they had been sent here solely to unleash chaos. He thought. Something is not right, he muttered, his voice barely audible over the cheers of the crowd. But suddenly, Agrias' eyes widened. He turned his body away from the cheering citizens and looked up at the massive structure of the floating island of Agrias. His heart skipped a beat as his sensory abilities picked up a shift inside the suspended island. A terrifying energy was beginning to envelope the ground structure of the island. An old malicious energy, something that felt like it belonged to a forgotten era of the underworld. That place, what is happening to the seal? Agrias muttered, his face turning pale. Deep within the scorched earth of the eighth circle of hell, Malbulge, Zayyn Illya stood their ground as their attention fixed on the towering pillars of crimson demonic energy that pierced the red blood horizon. The air was thick with the ancient malice, vibrating with a frequency that made the very marrow of their bones ache. Suddenly, the brilliant crimson light subsided, and the tremors that had rocked the landscape vanished as quickly as they had begun. The silence that followed was even more oppressive than the earthquake. What happened? Were they sealed back? Lavinia muttered, her sapphire eyes scanning the now-still horizon for any sign of movement. Jay remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the distance where the energy had flickered out. His expression was cold as his dark hazel eyes reflecting the dying embers of the pillars. Those concentrations of demonic energy, they were enormous, Jay said, his voice low and steady. They rivaled the highest tier of ultimate-class beings. A few of them even emanated Satan-class demonic energy. It was a terrifying thought. To think that the original 4 Satans had hidden such devastating power beneath the world they ruled, burying their secrets deep underground at the heart of Malbulge. Lavinia did not deny Jay's assessment. She could still feel the pressure of that power pressing against her absolute demise barrier, even from that distance. So these are the weapons the original 4 Satans wielded during the Great War, she whispered, awe threading her voice. No, Jay corrected her firmly, surprising her. The Grail told me that. Jay explained, the black flames of the Grail beside him flickering on its rim. Though the 4 great Satans used them, they later sealed them fearing their devastating power. As such, none of the Malbranch was used in the Great War, because the 4 original Satans believed that even if the devil won the war, the Malbranch would later kill them, describing them as extremely crazed combatants. Jay said. Jay shifted his weight, relaxing his posture, as if waiting for the upcoming storm. He turned his dark hazel eyes toward Lavinia, the red light of the burning sky reflecting in his pupils. Well, Lavinia, now that we are facing things the Satans themselves were afraid to use, do you still think it's a good idea to come with me to the deepest part of hell? Jay asked. Lavinia paused for a heartbeat, her gaze locking with his. Then a wide radiant smile broke across her face, contrasting sharply with the desolate surroundings. Are you kidding me? She asked, a playful lilt in her voice. How could I call this a date if I wasn't coming with you? Jay looked at her for a moment before shaking his head. So this is officially a date then? It is, Lavinia confirmed with a smile. Their moment of levity was shattered in an instant as a streak of obsidian light, shaped like a barbed arrow, tore through the sky with a high-pitched whistle. The sheer density of the demonic energy trailing behind it was so great that it turned the crimson clouds black in its wake. As it neared them, the single arrow suddenly fractured, multiplying into thousands of obsidian shards enveloped in dark energy. They swerved in midair, tracking their bodies as if possessed by a malevolent will. Lavinia didn't even flinch, as she simply swiped her hand through the air in a graceful arc. Suddenly, a burst of transcendent frost erupted from beneath her feet, instantly freezing thousands of arrows mid-flight. The obsidian shards shattered into ice before they could even touch the ground. Jay stepped forward, the jet-black heaven-severing blade of Aim no Habakiri and the pale silver cloud-gathering blade of Aim no Murakumo manifesting in both of his hands. As he stepped forward, his posture relaxed and his eyes flat. He didn't even look like someone ready for battle, dressed in ordinary human clothes, a gray sweatshirt and black trousers. But only a fool would think that what he wore would make any difference. After all, the draconic Deus Slayer hadn't earned his title by wearing an armor. From the horizon, 11 distinct magical signatures flared within the vision of Avesta. The blazing black grail floated silently at Jay's side, feeding him the names and natures of the nightmares approaching them. From the far right, a monstrosity approached. It was a giant hog with a twisted humanoid body, enveloped in a nauseating deep green demonic energy. Its flesh was a patchwork of old wounds, and it walked with a limping gait, its feet seemingly butchered and healed 1,000 times over. Siriato the wild hog, Beelzebub's shield of gluttony. Walking in a steady rhythmic stride beside the beast was a man wrapped entirely in a heavy black cloak. His hands were not human as they were encased in jagged demonic claws that dripped with an enormous demonic energy. Cagnazzo the nasty dog, Beelzebub's claws of chaos. Flying high above them was a handsome young man with a manic, unsettling smile. 4 translucent insect-like wings flapped behind his back with a frantic buzz. Scarmiglione the troublemaker, Beelzebub's wings of flies. Jay's eyes then drifted to the center of the formation. A massive sea serpent, stretching over 100 meters in length, slithered across the scorched crimson ground. Dark purplish demonic energy leaked from the gaps between its obsidian scales, saturating the ground with a Satan-class aura. Graphiacane the dog scratcher, Leviathan's scythe of serpent. Perched atop the serpent's head was a woman in a sleek, all-black outfit as her eyes covered by a heavy blindfold. Long obsidian chains wrapped in dark purple demonic energy coiled around her body like living snakes. Calcabrina the Grace Stomper, Leviathan's chain of envy. From the serpent's towering shadow, another figure emerged. A woman with violet hair, draped in a tattered black veil and a somber wedding dress, walked toward them with an unassuming, ghost-like grace. Libikako the Windy, Leviathan's veil of jealousy. To the far left stood the archer. He was a man with long raven hair and a face partially hidden by a porcelain mask. He held an ornate black lacquered bow that thrummed with the obsidian energy Jay had seen earlier. That's the one who just sent that attack, Jay thought. Barbaricia the curly beard, Asmodeus' bow of lust. Crouched behind the archer was a hideous creature that moved on all fours, its limbs elongated and twitching. It stared at Jay with wide, unblinking eyes that burned with a crimson light. Farfarello the goblin, Asmodeus' ring of corruption. And then Jay's gaze settled on the one that felt the most dangerous of them all. A woman with snow-white hair and a flat, dead expression. She walked slowly, dragging a pitch-black weird-looking longsword through the dirt. The ground beneath the blade seemed to wither as it touched the blade. At least Satan class, Lavinia noted, her voice sharpening with caution. Alicino the Harlequin, Asmodeus' blade of desire. And hovering above the entire group was a massive demonic dragon. Its pitch-black scales were wreathed in crimson flames that flickered in demonic energy. With every flap of its wings, the superheated air around it evaporated into clouds of steam. It too possessed a low Satan-class signature. Dragignazzo the nasty sneering dragon, Lucifer's armor of dragon. Finally there is man with a smile of pure bliss. Long black hair flowed behind him, and a red crown, jagged and cruel, covered the upper half of his face while acting as a diadem. He wore a long black cloak that seemed to drink in the light of the fires. Rubicant the red-faced terror, Lucifer's crown of pride. Jay's brow furrowed as he did a final count. Wait, it's only 11. Where is the last one? The Grail remained silent on the 12th member, which is said to be the most dangerous of them all. However, Jay didn't have the luxury of dwelling on the missing weapon. The 11 evil claws in front of them were already closing the distance. Ilyakuin, are you ready? Lavinia asked, her absolute demise energy flaring to its peak, her eyes glowing with a cold blue light. Jay stepped forward, his blades catching the crimson light of Malbulge. The violet flames of the Incinerate Anthem began to lick the edges of his steel. Yeah, Jay replied, his voice a cold whisper that cut through the roaring wind of the abyss. Let's kill them all. Chapter 85, Draconic Deus Slayer. Let's kill them all. As those words left Jay's lips, the static atmosphere inside of Malbulge shattered. Suddenly, hundreds of dark purple vortex-like portals manifested in the air, surrounding both Jay and Lavinia. In a synchronized burst of motion, obsidian chains erupted from each portal like striking cobras. Creering. The metallic shriek of the chains echoed across the desolate plains. Curiously, the weapons completely ignored Lavinia, as if their malevolent intent was solely calibrated to Jay's presence. With incredible speed, the hundreds of links wrapped around Jay, binding his arms, torso, and legs until he was encased in a cocoon of dark metal. Jay widened his eyes, though not out of fear of the physical restraint. Oh, it absorbs my energy, Jay thought. A vesture ignited within his pupils, allowing him to see a faint black aura bleeding out of his body. The energy coiled around the obsidian links, being hungrily siphoned into the chains of envy Calcabrina. However, Jay did not struggle. He watched as two figures rushed toward him from opposite directions with blinding speed. Just as their claws and blades were about to connect with his bound form, Jay activated Phantasmagoria. Like a ghost slipping through a sieve, his physical form turned intangible. The chain of envy, losing its grip on a target that was no longer occupied the same space with it, crumbled and fell away as Jay stepped through the metal rings. Clank! The echoing sound of metal on metal erupted across the battlefield. The pale silver blade of Aim no Murakumo flashed through the air, parrying an incoming black strike from Alicino. The white-haired, expressionless woman pressed her pitch-black sword against Jay's silver edge. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second, sharing a moment of absolute silence amidst the chaos of their brief exchange. Before the stalemate could continue, a blast of green demonic energy surged toward Jay's chest from the front. But Jay simply maintained his intangible state and allowing the projectile to pass through his torso as if he were nothing more than a shadow. Boom! The attack struck like a blast of nuke, the impact so violent that Jay noticed a visible tear in the space he had just occupied. It was a terrifying power that could seemingly rend the fabric of reality itself. That was a dangerous one, he thought. Cagnazzo unleashed another attack, hissing from beneath his cloak. 5 green flashes slashed toward Jay at incredible speed, threatening to tear him apart. A Vesper ignited as Jay realized the next strike could truly rip through his phantasmagoria. Jay jumped and dodged it with relative ease. Interesting. It can tear through anything as long as it understands what it is, Jay thought while in the air, as a Vesta scanned every single line that formed the claws of chaos on Cagnazzo's hand. But without providing a single window for an opening, Alakino's obsidian blade erupted in an enormous black aura. The pressure was so intense it pulverized the ground beneath them into a fine dust in an instant. And with a voice that was nothing more than a chilling whisper, she commanded, "Stop moving." Jay, who was still suspended in the air after his jump, felt a sudden unnatural weight lock all over his body. His momentum died instantly, leaving him hanging like a puppet with cut strings in the air. Jay's eyes widened in surprise, but the last thing he saw was a towering slash of a black blade. And a fraction of a second later, the ground beneath him vanished. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the realm of Malbulge. A blast of dark demonic energy vaporized thousands of meters of land, creating a massive crater that transformed the crimson earth into withered, black charcoal. Alakino's gray eyes remained expressionless as she stared into the smoke, waiting to confirm the fate of her opponent. However, her pupils suddenly contracted as she sensed a sharp, lethal presence directly behind her. Splurt! A clean tear appeared in the center of her chest before she could even register a movement. The jet-black blade of Aim no Habakiri pierced through her back and impaled her through the heart. "What?" she muttered. Her voice was still devoid of emotion, even as thick, black blood began to drip from the blade and onto the scorched ground. All that demonic energy just to shift your attention in the middle of a battle. "How foolish," Jay muttered into her ear. Beside them, the black flames on the rim of the grail flickered like a hurricane. Alicino gasped as she felt her very soul being gripped by an invisible force, pulled and ripped apart by the grail. But before the soul-consuming process could be completed, a high-pitched, mocking voice rang out. "Not that easy. Kaka." Jay felt a sudden, invasive pressure against his temples. A wave of psychic energy attempted to burrow into his mind, seeking to rewrite his thoughts and turn him into a thrall. Mind control? Jay thought, his eyes shifting toward the source. The hideous goblin, Farfarello, was crouching in the distance, his fingers twitching as he channeled the mental intrusion. Simultaneously, the sound of tearing air warned Jay that Cagnazzo's claws were closing in from behind. Jay didn't even move an inch, trusting entirely in his companion. Fwum! A blast of absolute frost erupted from the side, a wall of white ice catching Cagnazzo mid-lunge and sealing his body within a massive glacier. And with a swift, gentle movement, Jay wrenched Habakiri sideways. Black blood sprayed into the air as he carved his way out of Alakino's body. As she fell to her knees, her eyes widened in realization. Fwum! A pillar of black flame erupted from beneath her feet, consuming half of her body in an instant. "Unburnt," Alicino commanded. The erupting flames instantly froze and died out. Jay's Avesta ignited further, scanning the phenomenon. He was deconstructing the logic that constructed the ability of the Sword of Desire in real time, learning how her ability to command the state of reality actually functioned. Sensing the immediate danger, Alicino desperately retreated. Her body, charred by the violet embers of the Incinerate Anthem, began to slowly knit itself back together with the help of some sort of viscous obsidian demonic energy. Jay didn't bother chasing her. His focus was now entirely on the hideous goblin. When their eyes met, Farfarello screamed in a mixture of terror and ecstasy. "Kaka. Be my dash." The sentence died in the goblin's throat as Jay's figure simply vanished. Every Malbranch present tensed, their senses screaming, but Jay was already gone. He reappeared instantly behind the goblin. Barbariccia, who had been preparing another obsidian arrow just a few meters away, widened his eyes in horror as Jay materialized at his side. Before the archer could even raise his bow, Jay reached out with a gentle, almost casual swipe of his hand in front of his face. Rupture. Splurt. In a horrifying display of gruesome, Barbarichia's entire head was deleted from space. There was no struggle and no defense. A fountain of black blood geysered into the air as the headless body of the curly beard collapsed into the red dust. Jay's expression remained flat and emotionless. In his current state, even high-tier ultimate-class beings like Barbarichia were little more than fodder. He also realized then that while these living weapons possessed immense raw power, their actual combat ability was disappointing. They were a far cry from a monster like Azzy Dahaka, who despite possessing thousands of broken abilities, still used every trick and bit of wisdom to snatch victory, or Susanoo, who wielded the very hacks Jay now commanded. Compared to those legendary beings, these artificial living weapons were more than a bunch of kids with godly power. In the end, Jay had always believed that what made someone strong was not the power they wielded, but how they chose to use it. Raw power was only one aspect of a real battle. But despite that, Jay found the nature of their abilities interesting nonetheless. Alakino's capability to inflict desire into something and Calcabrina's energy absorption had a very high potential. He mused on how useful those concepts would be if integrated into his own arsenal. But in the hands of artificial souls who had spent eons sealed away, these powers were being wasted. At least that's what he thought. Heh! The goblin yelped, trying to scramble away on its four limbs. But before it could retreat, Jay's hand was already there. He let Habakiri vanish into thin air as he gripped Farfarello's head. He squeezed with such force that black blood began to seep between his fingers. Arg! Why does my mind control not work? The goblin shrieked in agony. Jay looked down at the creature with cold, dead eyes. A whisper echoed through the sudden silence of the battlefield, reaching the ears of the remaining Malbranch. Burn everlasting sins. A surge of black flames engulfed the goblin's body in terrifying silence. Farfarello's screams of ecstasy turned into a high-pitched wail of pure torment that echoed across the crimson ground. A second later, the sound was cut short as his body crumbled into drifting ash. All that remained in Jay's hand was a simple black ring. So this isn't working, Jay thought, looking at the ring in his palm with knowing eyes. It seems that burning the soul bound to the weapon isn't the right approach if I actually intend to use it. A vesture ignited as he scanned the ring. The lines of runes and magics that had constructed the living weapon had vanished, probably erased along the way by the black flame of the true cross as it burned the goblin's soul. But I don't need this anyway, Jay decided. He had always hated mind control and memory manipulation. He hated it when it was used against him, and he refused to use it on others. It was the same reason he had never used such methods to interrogate Kuroka or even any of his opponent. To Jay, a person's mind and memories were the most precious things they possessed. To alter or occupy someone else's memory was an act that went against everything he stood for. Whether a memory was good or bad, no matter how much pain it carried, it was the only proof that a being truly existed. If he were to forget the pain, the choices, and the losses that had brought him to this point, then nothing would remain of his reason to live. He turned his gaze toward the rest of the evil claws. They were staring at him in absolute terror. They had witnessed one of their supposedly immortal kin be annihilated with the same effort one might use to swat a fly. To these ancient entities, the realization that they could be permanently erased triggered something profound and primal in their minds. Fear. Who is that guy? The handsome man with the insect wings frowned as he hovered in the sulphurous air, staring down at the black-haired young man from a distance. The cocky, manic smile that usually defined his face had vanished, replaced by a twitching lip. Isn't he even scarier than those four bastards who created us? Scarmiglione muttered, his teeth gritting together as he began nervously grinding his nails against one another. Are you scared? It was the giant hog, Siriato, who spoke. His voice was a low, guttural rasp that seemed to screech and grate against the air every time he forced a word out of his misshapen throat. Huh? No way. I'm just curious, the troublemaker snapped, though his frantic wing beats betrayed his denial. High above them, the crimson dragon erupted in a fresh wave of demonic flames. Its slitted reptilian eyes were fixed solely on Jay, tracking his every breath. Sensing the weight of that gaze, Jay shifted his eyes upward, meeting the dragon's stare with a chilling indifference. As their eyes locked, a bizarre shiver raced down the dragon's spine. In that human gaze, it saw something far more ancient and infinitely more malevolent than its own existence. The feeling deepened as it stared into his left eye. Cruff. The dragon growled, shaking its massive head to scoff the feeling off, though its flames flickered unsteadily. Nearby, the veiled woman in the black wedding dress watched the exchange. Her face was strangely flustered, her chest heaving as she looked at Jay with a twisted, burgeoning obsession, particularly after witnessing the black flame he wielded. However, her expression shifted instantly when her gaze drifted toward Lavinia. Her eyes turned so cold and filled with such vitriol that even the blonde woman could feel the shift in the atmosphere. Huh. Lavinia tilted her head in confusion. She didn't understand why this ancient living weapon was suddenly projecting such personal hostility toward her. Before she could dwell on it, the sound of shattering ice rang out. Cagnazzo had finally succeeded in breaking free from the glacier Lavinia had encased him in. He didn't press the attack, however. He immediately retreated, leaping back to join the side of Scarmiglione and Siriato, his breathing heavy and his claws cracked. Jay ignored the regrouping enemies for a moment. He stored the black ring taken from the goblin into his pocket dimension before turning his attention to the headless physical form of Barbariccia. As the blazing black grail flickered with a hungry light, a dark, viscous energy began to seep out of the archer's remains. Within seconds, the headless body decomposed into a fine, gray dust that was swallowed by the crimson ground of Malbulge as its souls is being sealed inside the Holy Grail. All that remained was the black-bearded bow, its ornate carvings pulsing with an enormous demonic energy. Jay reached down and picked it up. He didn't know the first thing about archery, but he tucked the weapon into his pocket dimension to inspect later. If the Satans really created these weapons with sacred gears in mind, then it's highly probable that they possess something akin to a balance breaker state, Jay thought. However, neither Farfarello nor Barbariccia even had a chance to show him that, because of how quickly they were defeated. Aim no Habakiri manifested once more in his right hand as Jay took a slow, deliberate step forward, his boots crunching on the scorched earth. 2 down, 9 left, he said, his voice cutting through the wind. A wave of black energy erupted from his body, expanding outward like a physical weight. It sent a crushing pressure toward every remaining member of the Malbranch, forcing them to brace themselves. Rorf! Sensing the terminal danger, the dark obsidian sea serpent let out a roar that tore through the sky. The ground began to heave and buckle, catching Jay and Lavinia by surprise. From the horizon, after an earthquake, suddenly a colossal tsunami of a dark, cursed liquid rose. It stood hundreds of meters tall, a towering wall of demonic sea that threatened to drown the entire world in its wake. Jay glanced at Lavinia. She met his gaze and gave a short, confident nod. As the cursed sea loomed over them, Lavinia closed her eyes and a brilliant whitish-blue aura began to envelop her slender frame. She slowly ascended into the air, her hair fluttering in the freezing gale she was generating. Jay remained on the ground, his focus narrowing on the primary threats. Alicino, the dragon, the sea serpent, and Cagnazzo. These 4 possessed the greatest raw power in the group. 3 of them possessed demonic energy levels that reached the Satan class. While they might not have been as formidable as a high-class Satan like Sarafal, and certainly not on the level of Surzex or Ajuka, their power was likely comparable that of someone in Graphia's caliber. As Lavinia floated hundreds of meters toward the heavens, the Longinus she wielded, absolute demise, began to resonate. Carved by the god of the Bible using the eternal ice of Cocytus itself, the weapon erupted with a magnificent silverish-blue energy. Suddenly, it began to snow in the heart of hell. Lavinia slowly opened her eyes, her sapphire pupils having turned a blinding, transcendent white. Balance breaker. Her voice was calm, yet it carried the weight of an absolute law as she spoke the words of her ultimate form. Asalito Argento Mondo. Chapter 86 Hacks. Asalito Argento Mondo. At that command, it was as if a second Cocytus had been birthed within the heart of the 8th circle. Fwum! A titanic burst of blizzard ice erupted from Lavinia, exploding outward in every direction with a frigid roar. This was the balance breaker that legend claimed could freeze the entirety of Europe in its wake. In a heartbeat, the scorched crimson ground was buried under several feet of pristine white absolute zero ice. The perpetual fires of the pits were extinguished as if they had never been, and the boiling lakes of blood scattered throughout Malbulge were instantly flash-frozen into solid rubies of ice. The freezing wind rushed past Jay, swirling around his clothes without harming him, as if the absolute silver world itself recognized his presence as an ally. The wave of absolute zero reached the Malbranch in a second. Sensing the immediate danger, Siriato the wild hog threw himself to the front of the group. And then a massive, jagged wheel made of pure demonic green energy manifested behind his hunched back. As the wheel began to rotate with a rhythmic mechanical click, a grotesque barrier of light enveloped the entire remaining group of Malbranch. The blizzard struck the shield, but instead of shattering or freezing the barrier, the frost was consumed. The wide, hideous smile on Siriato's face stretched even further, his tusks dripping with anticipation. As his body is slowly getting bigger. "Eat everything," he rasped. Jay, watching the exchange from the frozen ground, narrowed his eyes as Avesta deconstructed the hideous-looking green barrier that enveloped the evil claws. The shield didn't freeze, instead it got stronger every second it absorbed Lavi's ice. "Interesting," Jay noted. However, the primary target of Asolito Argento Mondo had not been to freeze the living weapons. The blizzard burst continued its path at an incredible velocity, slamming into the hundreds of meters tall tsunami of cursed sea hundreds of meters behind the evil claws. With a thunderous crack that sounded like the earth splitting, the entire sea was turned into a towering, jagged wall of ice, halting the deluge instantly. And then, before the blizzard had even stopped, "Shield of whatever," Jay muttered. With his black hair fluttering in the gale of a freezing wind that was never cold to him, he gave a gentle swipe of his hand. "Cleave." Shying. A black tear in space manifested across the face of the green barrier. "Ugh!" Siriato let out a sound of pure agony as he felt something tearing not just through his shield, but also ripping apart his very soul. A burst of black flame enveloped the protective dome, burning with a darkness that devoured light itself. In an instant, the shield of gluttony was reduced to nothing. "What?" the hog screamed, his voice reaching a pitch of genuine terror for the first time. Jay didn't give them a single second to register the attack as the freezing burst that had been blocked moments ago rushed in to fill the air around them, immediately encasing several of the Malbranch in blocks of transcendental ice. Only the veiled woman seemed to stand unaffected, but the crimson dragon above them was not about to let them be taken so easily. Roar! Fum! A massive surge of demonic crimson flames erupted from Dragignazzo. The heat was so intense it acted as both a physical wall and a heater, melting the ice that had begun to claim the sea serpent and Siriato. Jay raised an eyebrow when he saw that even Alicino had been momentarily caught in the ice. Why didn't she just stop the ice with her ability? Jay wondered. Don't tell me the ability to inflict desire is only effective against one object at a time. Now that makes sense why it feels so broken. It still has limits though, it's still a pretty broken ability. As the initial blizzard subsided, leaving the world a silent, white wasteland, hundreds of portals manifested around Jay once more. Obsidian chains lashed out, seeking to bind him. Alicino and Cagnazzo rushed toward him again, their movements a blur of black and green violent flash. Jay prepared to use his spatial magic to delete the incoming chains, but Alicino, her expression now etched with a rare seriousness, commanded in her gentle but haunting voice. "Unbroken." As the Terran space attempted to erase the chains, something bizarre occurred. The obsidian chains of envy did not vanish with the tear of rupture. Instead, they burst through the spatial rift, completely unfazed by Jay's attempt to destroy them. Oh, was I wrong? Jay thought. He quickly corrected himself. No, I'm right. In principle, all of these chains are considered a single object, the body of Calcabrina herself. By commanding them to be unbroken, she effectively made them immune to my rupture for that moment. He thought. The hundreds of chains lunged at him, seeking to impale his body. But then... Fum! A burst of black flame erupted from beneath Jay's feet, exploding outward and covering his entire body in a protective shroud of the true cross. The obsidian chains that touched the flame were instantly incinerated into ash in a second. Calcabrina's eyes widened in shock from her position atop the serpent. Alicino and Cagnazzo skidded to a halt. They refused to touch the black flames. Every instinct in their artificial bodies screamed that to touch that fire was to invite non-existence. Their soul is screaming. But as the black flame subsided, Jay was already gone. Alicino's eyes darted around frantically before she whipped her body around to look behind her. Calcabrina, who was unable to detect his movement, suddenly felt the world in front of her eyes tilt at an impossible angle. Before she could process the sensation, her head was severed. It spun through the air in a dizzying rotation before dropping heavily to the frozen ground from the height of the sea serpent's back. Before her body could even begin the process of regeneration, Jay placed his hand on her slumped shoulders. In the same fashion he had dealt with Barbaricia, he invoked the Grail. Her soul was violently wrenched from the vessel of her body and absorbed into the Black Grail. After a couple of seconds, the physical body of the Grey Stomper, Leviathan's chains of envy decomposed into dust, leaving only a small, triangular pendant in Jay's hand. Jay looked at the trinket. Suddenly, the pendant was engulfed in a sharp purple light. Before Jay could react, the object was absorbed directly into his palm, engraving itself into his skin as a dark triangle mark. Avesta scanned the mark and reading its structure. This is weird, Jay thought. He could clearly feel Calcabrina's soul completely sealed inside the Grail, yet there was a residual consciousness, her essence flickering within the mark on his palm. His musing was cut short as a burst of black, cursed water erupted from the sea serpent's body. Sensing his boots beginning to deteriorate at the mere touch of the liquid, Jay instantly teleported into the sky, hovering far above the rising flood. He summoned Murakumo back into his hand, the silver blade gleaming against the gray sky. The flood of cursed water began to drown the icy ground, creating a dark, frozen sea of filth. Now that you've brought water to the fight, Jay muttered. He cast a glance toward Lavinia, who was levitating 50 meters away. The Ice Princess met his eyes and gave him a playful wink, her hair and eyes still glowing with the radiant white of her balance breaker. He then turned his dark hazel eyes back to them. Let's go band for band. Growl. As Jay raised the pale silver blade in his left hand, the crimson sky of the 8th circle turned a heavy gray. Clouds of judgment began to swirl and coil, looming over the frozen battlefield like the eye of a god. The lightning Qilin emerged from the storm clouds, its body crackling with divine energy, while the storm dragon coiled around it in a dance of wind and thunder. Seeing the godlike power gathering above them, the crimson dragon roared in defiance, flaring its wings to block the incoming lightning. Siriato hunkered down, trying to steel himself against the pain to come. But then, suddenly, creeing, the sharp, rhythmic clenching of metal echoed across the frozen battlefield as obsidian chains erupted from dark purple portals, manifesting in the air around the remaining Malbranch. In a sudden reversal of roles, the very chains that had sought to bind Jay just moments earlier now lashed out at them, tying them in place with metallic certainty. Their demonic power then began to drain their energy, siphoned into the void of the portals. What the fuck? How is he able to use it already? Scarmiglione shouted, his insect wings buzzing frantically as he struggled against the spectral links. Jay felt a sudden, exhilarating rush of vitality filling his limbs. It was as if his very cells were being recharged by a high-voltage current. So this is how it feels, this ability is truly something else, Jay thought. He couldn't help but recall the silent little girl he had met in Romania. The Ouroboros dragon, Ophis. If he used this chain, did that mean he could have an infinite amount of energy to refill his body if he wrapped it around her? That was a thought for another day. Before the living weapons could coordinate a response, destruction descended from the heavens. He who judged humans, evils, and gods alike. Those dark hazel eyes looked down upon the evil claws. A whisper. Skyfall. Sheeing. Disappear. Alicino screamed. Despite being wrapped in the chains of envy, she forced her authority over reality to manifest. The effort was immense. She coughed a spray of black blood onto the icy ground, her knees buckling. Above, the lightning Qilin was instantly reduced to nothingness before its hooves could touch the earth. However, as Jay had predicted it. While the lightning Qilin vanished, the coiling storm dragon born from the same storm remained. Boom! An explosion of atmospheric pressure detonated against the ground. The shockwave was so violent that it shattered the continental shelf-thick ice Lavinia had created, sending jagged shards flying like shrapnel. The impact also pulverized the chains of envy binding the living weapons. Roar! The sea serpent, Graphiacane, let out a piteous roar. The storm dragon struck its massive frame with the force of a falling star, splattering dark purple blood across the white snow. To Jay's surprise, the veiled woman, Libikako, remained standing in the center of the carnage. She had done nothing to defend herself, yet she remained completely unscratched. Her violet eyes remained fixed on Jay, staring with an intensity that bordered on obsession. Meanwhile, the Crimson Dragon, Dragignazzo, had managed to weather the storm. He had curled his wings into a protective sphere, reinforced by a dense core of crimson demonic flame that shielded both himself and Rubicant, who stood perched atop his head. The most unfortunate was Ciriato. The giant wild hog was still attempting to heal from his previous wounds when the storm dragon landed directly on his position. His upper body, from his bloated chest to his thick knees, was simply erased, reduced to a splattered of meat. All that remained of the shield of gluttony were two severed, twitching feet. "Ah, fuck. I really don't want to do this," Scarmiglione yelled. The insect-winged man emerged from the protection of his own wings, floating high in the sky. He extended his hands, and a surge of green demonic energy washed over the wounded sea serpent and Ciriato's remains. Their flesh began to knit back together with unnatural speed, but Lavinia was not about to allow a recovery. A fresh burst of absolute zero erupted from her. Cagnazzo whipped around, his jagged claws tearing through the freezing air to shred the ice aimed at him and Alicino. But he couldn't stop the sheer scale of the absolute silver world. The blizzard brutally encased Ciriato's feet and regenerating tissue in a block of ice before the healing could take hold. Graphiacane attempted to use its cursed waters to deteriorate the encroaching frost, while Dragignazzo fought back with his crimson fire. Jay didn't let up. Hundreds of portals manifested around the sea serpent again, binding its 100-meter-long body in a grueling metallic embrace. A black aura began to envelope Aim no Habakiri, and it wasn't the usual black flame. The jet-black blade was engulfed in a towering black aura as Jay unleashed the Susanoo ultimate move, the same attack that had once killed the legendary evil dragon, Yamato no Orochi. And then Jay whispered, "World Slasher." Sheeing. In an instant, a horizontal line of absolute blackness bisected the horizon. The 100-meter-long sea serpent was split perfectly in two, a clean cut running the length of its entire body. The sheer wind pressure from the impact sent the upper half of the beast flying through the air. Before it could land, Lavinia froze the severed mass into a mountain of ice and shattered it into a billion fragments. The speed and lethality of the attack left the survivors stunned. "Let's try something else," Jay muttered. With a flick of his wrist, the Black Grail appeared once more. Jay commanded the chains of envy to lash out at the frozen feet of Ciriato. He coated the chains in the Incinerate Anthem to bypass Lavinia's ice, but instead of siphoning energy, he tried something different. The black flame on the Grail flickered wildly. And then, a viscous purple and green energies from Graphiacane and Ciriato were slowly drawn through the links and into the black chalice. The chains absorbed souls. It works, but the absorption speed through the chains is significantly slower than direct contact, Jay noted. Sensing the potential loss of two more of the evil claws, Cagnazzo hissed from beneath his cloak and launched himself into the air, aiming for Jay's throat. Lavinia, ever watchful, manifested an ice doll from her shadow to intercept him. Clank! Boom! The doll was reduced to glittering shards by the destructive power of the claws of chaos, but then... Crackle! Suddenly an ice dragon erupted from the side, its jaws clamping down on Cagnazzo's body and driving him back down into the frozen earth with a thunderous crash. Boom! By the time the dust settled, the remains of the sea serpent had condensed into an obsidian black scythe, its blade coiled with serpentine ornaments and pulsing with a foul purple aura. While Ciriato's remains had shrunk into a green, cracked wheel no thicker than a sheet of paper. Did my black flame damage the shield? Jay wondered. He used his spatial magic to sweep both artifacts into his pocket dimension before turning his gaze back to the remaining evil claws. 3 more down. 6 left, Jay muttered. What remained of the legendary Malbranch was a grim sight. Alicino stood trembling, her eyes wide with a fear she had likely never known in her eons of existence. Cagnazzo was clawing his way out of the ice that had pinned him. Libicacco, the veiled woman, remained unfazed and eerily still. Scarmiglione was gritting his teeth, his eyes darting around as he desperately searched for a strategy. The last one is the Crimson Dragon, Dragignazzo, who was still hesitant to attack Jay, and the man with the crimson crown, who was still smiling. While the draconic Deus Slayer slowly descended from the sky as both divine swords crackled with divine aura in his hands. If the battle no longer required any strategy, and when raw power was no longer enough. If it was simply a matter of which side had the superior ability. Hacks for hacks. Jay still had plenty of them up his sleeves. Chapter 87, The Harlequin. Cagnazzo hissed as his thick, green blood splattered across the frozen landscape. Although his jagged claws could easily rend the ice dragons Lavinia summoned, the sheer speed of the onslaught was becoming impossible to track. Behind the deep shadow of his hood, his eyes ignited with a predatory glow, fixed solely on the descending figure of Jay. The moment Jay's boots touched the frosted hell ground, Cagnazzo's form vanished in a dark green flash. He reappeared instantly in Jay's blind spot, leaving a burst of displaced dust in his wake as he unleashed a double swing of his claws with enough force to part the atmosphere. Rarg! Clank! Boom! The impact detonated against the ground where Jay had stood a millisecond prior, pulverizing the permafrost into a massive crater. Jay, however, had sidestepped the strike with a fluidity that made the effort look casual. If this were me before the fight with Azzy, that impact probably would have shattered my body, Jay reflected. But things were different now. When a physical body becomes as strong as that of an archangel of heaven, brute force alone loses its lethality. His current speed and agility allowed him to dodge it easily without relying too heavily on phantasmagoria. He had learned the hard way that relying too much on phantasmagoria would come back to bite him. And then, as his body still retreated in the air, with a violent triple swing of aim no habakiri, Jay countered. Shying. Spluurt. 3 instantaneous black slashes carved through the air. In a heartbeat they severed both of Cagnazzo's hands and bisected his upper torso. Then the freezing winds of the 8th circle caused by the absolute silver world caught the demon's heavy cloak, tearing it away to reveal a man whose flesh was a roadmap of a disgusting jagged ancient scars. Cagnazzo's green eyes widened in shock, but his regenerative factor was relentless. A surge of liquid green demonic energy boiled from his wounds, stitching his severed limbs and torso back together in a grotesque display of immortality. RGGGHHHH. As Jay teleported a short distance away to regain his footing, Cagnazzo let out a guttural growl, his killing intent manifesting as a physical weight that pressed against the icy air. Suddenly, his entire frame was enveloped in a dark green, almost blackish demonic shroud. Arcane lightning began to crackle across his skin, jumping between the scars on his chest. "Oh, that's the balance breaker equivalent for the evil claws," Jay observed. A towering, ominous green aura erupted toward the gray sky, molding the demon's shape into something monstrous. From the light emerged a giant hound, nearly 15 meters tall, with fur made of shifting shadows and fangs that dripped with corrosive essence of the green chaos energy. As Jay stared down the beast, the black grail at his side flickered, feeding the analytical data directly into his consciousness. Cagnazzo's embodiment of evil. EXE. So that is what they call it, Jay mused. His gaze swept across the remaining battlefield, scanning Alicino, Scarmiglione, Rubicant, and Libicaco. Then his eyes stopped on the massive dragon on the sky and realization struck. It seems that Dragignazzo had been in his embodiment of evil from the very beginning. Then he shifted his attention back as without warning, the giant hound unhinged its massive jaw. A titanic sphere of pure, compressed demonic energy manifested between its teeth, glowing with a sickly light before being unleashed. Boom! The blast roared toward Jay like a concentrated solar flare. But Jay didn't even draw his sword to meet it, he simply swiped his hand through the air as if brushing away a mosquito. Phum! The terrifying mass of demonic energy was instantly reduced to harmless drifting ash before it could touch his sweatshirt. As Cagnazzo tried to lung forward for a follow-up, the air rang with the sound of manifesting metal. Creeing. Hundreds of dark purple portals spiraled into existence around the hound's massive body. And in a synchronized metallic chorus, hundreds of obsidian chains lashed out, wrapping around the beast's limbs and neck. The links tightened with agonizing force, the jagged edges of the chain of envy gritting against and then piercing through the hound's supernatural hide. Woo! Cagnazzo howled in torment. He flared his chaos energy, the destructive force vibrating through the chains in an attempt to shatter them. But Jay wouldn't give him the chance. Utilizing Avesta, he reverse-engineered the mechanism of the chains. Instead of absorbing energy, he used the links as a conductor for a different power. Purple flames suddenly erupted from every single obsidian link. Jay carefully spread the Incinerate Anthem's purple flame across the hound's flesh. He could not risk using the all-burning black flame of True Cross, as he did not want to damage Cagnazzo's soul, the same way he had unintentionally damaged the shield of gluttony. He needed its soul intact to be sealed within the Grail. It also seemed that the construction of the evil claw's body overlapped their souls and their physical forms in certain areas. That likely explained how they were able to regenerate so easily from his normal attacks. The black flame, on the other hand, would simply annihilate them completely. Woo! The purple flames ate through the chaos energy after a bit of effort with the help of the chains of envy absorbing it, creeping slowly over Cagnazzo's flailing limbs. Even though Jay personally disliked close combat fighting as a magician, the Claws of Chaos might still be useful in the future. Besides, maybe he can summon it in its embodiment of evil forms or even his human form. Suddenly, a frantic buzzing sound filled Jay's ears from behind. Hundreds of thousands of chimera flies, each the size of a small dog, erupted from behind him in a disgusting, swarming wave. They moved with a devastating, coordinated hunger. "Those are poisonous," Jay noted, his eyes narrowing. He scanned the man behind the swarm. Scarmiglione, the handsome man, troublemaker, as he was watching him with a volatile mixture of hatred and sheer terror. The Grail processed his essence in a split second. An ability to summon and turn people into flies while inflicting incurable poisons, Jay thought. "That is truly disgusting," Jay muttered. With a gentle, almost bored swipe of aim no habakiri, he whispered. "Cleave." Shying. Scarmiglione felt a shift in the air and his eyes went wide. Huh. He looked down at his stomach, and his face instantly contorted into a mask of pure horror as a black slash appeared across his body, like a jagged tear in space itself. "No. No. No. No." His scream was cut short as the ultimate class living weapon was engulfed in a sudden eruption of the all-burning black flame. His body, constructed from the special crystals of Agrias Island and Old Satan magic, offered no resistance. It was reduced to fine gray dust in less than a second. Jay turned his cold gaze toward the swarming colony of flies. As they gathered into a giant sphere hundreds of meters wide, suddenly. Phum! Jay unleashed a towering burst of black flame that swallowed the swarm whole. In an instant the sky was cleared of the pests, leaving nothing but drifting ash. Just like that, the troublemaker Scarmiglione shared the same fate as the goblin Farfarello. Completely annihilated, erased from the face of the world. The sight of the black flame sent a visible shiver through the remaining evil claws. Alicino stood frozen, her legs seemingly unable to move, while the crimson dragon recoiled, realizing those flames operated on a level far beyond his own demonic crimson fire. Jay teleported back to the giant pinned body of Cagnazzo. Creeing. The obsidian chains tightened one last time. The giant hound's body was now a canvas of burning scars and charred fur. As the purple flames of the Incinerate Anthem subsided, the hound slumped against the frozen ground, impaled and broken by the chains. The black grail manifested in front of Jay, its dark flames dancing along the rim. A viscous black-green energy began to bleed out of Cagnazzo's giant body and was pulled into the vessel. After a few seconds of silent absorption, the giant hound vanished. What remained on the icy ground was a pair of jagged, obsidian gauntlets. Jay casually picked them up and tossed them into his pocket dimension as if they were nothing more than a scrap. "Two more down." "For left," Jay muttered. His dark hazel eyes sent a cold, piercing glance toward the remaining evil claws. As Jay began his slow, deliberate approach toward Alicino, the white-haired woman instinctively tightened her grip on the hilt of the Sword of Desire. The air between them crackled with unresolved tension, but before any of them could struck the first blow, a booming laugh echoed from above. High atop the massive skull of the Crimson Dragon, Rubicant, the crown of Lucifer, leaned forward. His voice was deep and filled with a disturbing euphoria. "Ha ha ha. We meet again, the go." The speech cut off abruptly. Rubicant froze mid-sentence, his body jerking with the rhythmic spasms of a broken toy. And a string of guttural, incomprehensible nonsense spilled from his lips. Kraj thol morkskev nashivorkith julma kriksanchur kalvoth nigzai arajravanth kel drakran thokelvershek thrall von kishadza korventhilkos. Jay halted his advance. He looked up at the man atop the dragon with analytical gaze as a Vesta ignited within his dark hazel pupils. But in front of the dragon eye, the nonsense wasn't merely gibberish. It was a sequence of ancient demonic commands. Suddenly, a geyser of crimson demonic energy flared from Rubicant's body, towering toward the crimson sky of Malbulge. At his silent command, the thick ice covering the ground began to groan and fracture. And slowly, from the fissures behind the dragon, thousands of figures began to crawl out of the depths of the eighth circle of hell. They were devils of every rank, low, middle, and high-class devils clambering out of the frozen earth in a mindless obsidian wave. However, Jay realized instantly that these were not living beings. They were hollow husks, artificially crafted soldiers forged from pure, condensed demonic energy. "This is quite a display of power," Jay muttered. Nearly 10,000 of these artificial devils now stood upon the icy crimson ground, forming a sea of devil army. Now that I think about it, it is as if the original Lucifer created this weapon with the Longinus, Annihilation Maker, specifically in mind, Jay thought. With this much artificially created devils, it could easily destroy an entire continent. Still, compared to this, 100 copies of Azzy could literally destroy the world. So Lavinia should be able to handle it, he thought, as Jay looked up at his girl. Jay cast a brief glance upward at Lavinia. Lavinia's frost aura flared violently before settled into a graceful radiance, her body glowing with pure white light as she drew in everything around her. The air itself seemed to bend toward her presence. As she commanded, "Un momento nel tempo." Suddenly, a blinding surge of white mist engulfed her form. And in the next instant, a storm of fine white mist erupted forward, surging across the battlefield like a divine tidal wave. It crashed into the armies of artificially created devils and swept through them without resistance. Silence followed. The entire army stood motionless, frozen in time itself, their forms locked in place as if they were nothing more than sculptures carved from eternal ice. Lavinia gasped slightly, her chest heaving. It was an ultimate ability she had refined during their 7 months of her sacred gear practice with Jay and Valira. In principle, it is a far more effective and deadly way to use her ice blizzard by reducing its mass while maintaining its effectiveness. This creates a burst of extremely fine white mist that travels at supersonic speed, easily freezing everything it touches. The mist even penetrates the bodies of every single devil, freezing them from the inside out. And it was all thanks to the inspiration she drew from Gasper's own sacred gear. A rare, thin smile touched Jay's lips as he watched her. Then his attention shifted back to the white-haired, expressionless woman standing before him. Alicino watched Jay, her expressionless eyes hiding a deeply complicated emotion. "You know, I find your ability the most interesting of them all," Jay said, shifting his weight to launch himself forward. Alicino remained silent for a long moment. Then she spoke. I have one desire." Jay raised an eyebrow at the sudden statement from the expressionless swordswoman. "Desire? I was created by and for this desire. It is a longing that has never been fulfilled because I was simply too strong. Not even my creator could bring me to the brink of death, because as you can see, we living weapons cannot be killed by conventional means. At least, not by the hands of our creator," Alicino said. Her voice was soothing and melodic, yet entirely devoid of any emotion. "I was disappointed when my creator deemed me too dangerous to bring to the Great War. That weak bastard," she added, an unexpected note of insults aimed at the original Asmodeus. "But when I saw you kill Farfarello and Scarmiglione, when you wielded that black flame, I felt it. I wanted it. I've been longing for it. That stinging sensation, my body is shaking with fear for the first time," Alicino said as raised her left hand. "And that fear makes me feel alive for the first time. The struggle of a death match, it is all I have ever wanted." Then her gaze met Jay's dark hazel eyes. "A desire to fight to the death. Please grant it to me," Alicino yelled, her expressionless face lighting up with a flicker of genuine fervor. Jay stared at her, his gaze unwavering. "No." Alicino stopped, the light in her eyes dimming. She paused, then slowly opened her mouth. "I see." She lowered her head for a moment before looking back at him with a renewed, cold determination. "If you don't want to fulfill my desire, then I will set the stage. I will force us to fight until the end. To our death." Embodiment of evil. Alicino's black demonic aura flared with an ominous intensity. It emanated from her in waves so dense that Jay realized she had been holding back her true power throughout the entire battle. As she whispered an overture, "The Phantom Opera." Instantly, the world around them dissolved as a black demonic energy expanded from Alicino, swallowing Jay and the surrounding frozen hell into a separate domain. "Shut!" The space folded, and then when his vision cleared, Jay found himself standing on a massive wooden stage. The audience was a sea of absolute darkness, and the only light came from spectral spotlights that highlighted both him and Alicino. "Then let the play begin," she said. Alicino rushed toward Jay like a black flash. "Stop moving." Jay's body locked up instantly, but a burst of black energy surged from his core, overriding the command just enough for him to dodge the incoming slash of the obsidian blade. Shing! But in a terrifying manner, suddenly Alicino already turned her body and sent another slash towards Jay. Clank! Jay parried the sword with ease, habakiri glinting under the dim light as it met the edge of Alicino's strike. Sparks flew and the reverberation of steel echoed through the battlefield, but Jay's calm stance betrayed no effort. Every movement was precise, deliberate, as if he were already anticipating the next attack. But Alicino stepped closer, her expressionless face unreadable. And then, leaning forward just enough for her whisper to reach him, she desired. Explosion! Before Jay could fully process the word, the tip of her sword ignited in a sudden burst of black energy. Boom! The darkness spread outward like a blast of nuclear bomb, twisting and curling around his form, consuming everything it touched with a deafening roar. But Jay's figure had already disappeared. As he leaped upward to create distance, two giant pale hands manifested from the darkness of the audience. They were large enough to crush his entire frame and swung toward him with thunderous force. Jay didn't flinch. And with another burst of black aura, the giant hands were incinerated into ash before he landed perfectly back on the stage. The platform seemed to extend endlessly into the dark void. Jay looked at Alicino, who stood 20 meters away. His Avesta was already busy deconstructing the metaphysical structure of the domain. So this domain is an extension of her own soul. That's pretty clever. Since she cannot inflict a desire on more than one object at a time, she reshaped her own soul into the domain itself. By making the stage this domain as the object, that way she can utilize an unlimited amount of desire within this space, Jay analyzed. It was an incredibly potent ability. But it possessed a glaring, fatal weakness. Since she is using her own soul as the medium, any power capable of affecting the soul can tear this domain apart. My black flames could erase this entire stage in a second. Someone like Surzex, with his power of destruction, could likely nullify this and permanently damage her soul in process, he thought. Basically a suicide attack. But another question lingered in Jay's mind. What are the rules of this power? Why hasn't she simply desired me to die, or summoned that same explosion inside my chest? She could make a lightning Chelan disappear, so why the limitation here? As he pondered, thousands of black spears manifested in the air around him. Unbreakable. Unstoppable. Unburnable, Alicino commanded. The spears launched toward Jay in a synchronized arrows. But to her surprise, Jay completely ignored them and beginning a casual walk toward Alicino. The black grail manifested in front of him, acting as a shield as he closed the gap. Through what? The sound of the spears slicing through the air echoed across the opera stage. They aimed for Jay's body, ready to impale him with unerring accuracy, but then... Phum! In an instant, every single one of the spears were annihilated by the black flame's true cross. The desire she had inflicted upon the weapons failed. As the black flame proved to be breakable, stoppable, and very much burnable. Impossible, she whispered. Jay stopped a few feet from her. You see, trapping me inside a domain made of your own soul when you know I can destroy it with a thought is borderline insanity. But you also know I won't do that. He looked her in the eyes. Give it up. Your power doesn't work on me the way you want it to. And clearly you also won't be able to fulfill your desire fighting against me. If Jay's hypothesis is correct, then Alicino's power of desire works like desire in the real world. You can only obtain what you desire if you possess a price of equal value. This means that the stronger you are compared to your opponent, the more potent a desire you can impose upon them. That's why the only thing she could make him do was to stop moving. Theoretically, this power of desire is a very strong power against weaker or at least equal opponents, but not against someone far above your level. Alicino paused for a moment, looking down at the ground in disappointment. Why don't I make you an offer? Jay asked. She looked up at him, her gray eyes searching his face. Follow me and be my sword. Alicino stopped. Your sword? In the future, I will fight against gods, devils, and dragons. While I cannot directly grant you the thrill of a death match against me, I can guarantee you will find opponents in the coming battle who will make you feel that sensation you crave, Jay said. So, will you accept my offer? He spoke with the cold certainty of a man who knew what was coming. Even if she refused, he would simply seal her inside the Black Grail. Alakino's eyes widened as she spoke up hesitantly. Do you promise? You have my word, Jay replied. A heavy silence settled over the domain as Alakino looked at the floorboards of the stage for a long moment. Then, slowly, the black domain began to dissolve, receding back into her body. The icy landscape of Malbulge returned as the gray sky hanging over them once more. Alakino met Jay's dark hazel eyes for a moment. And suddenly she sank to one knee on the frozen ground. She lowered her head in a gesture of total submission. Then I will follow you, to fight every one of your enemies to the edge of the world until I reach that promised fight of death. On the frozen plains of Malbulge, the Sword of Desire forged her creed of loyalty. I, Alakino, will be your sword. Master. Chapter 88, Evil Tale. As the declaration of Alakino rang out upon the battlefield, the freezing winds of the Eighth Circle seemed to catch in the throat of the world. Lavinia, still hovering amidst the glittering remnants of her white mist, looked at the sudden change with a confused, tilted head. Her eyes, still glowing with the faint light of her balance breaker, scanned the scene where a moment ago a death match had been inevitable between Jay and the Asmodeus Sword of Desire. "HM? What happened?" she muttered to herself, her voice barely a whisper. From the ground, Jay watched as Alakino's figure began to ripple. Suddenly, her body was engulfed in a tide of ink-like black demonic energy. The silhouette of the white-haired woman thinned as her physical form collapsing inward and merging into the jagged jet-black sword she wielded. The transformation was seamless, like a soul returning to its vessel. Her weapon form manifested completely as the long sword dropped toward the ground, its tip biting into the frozen ground. Aim no Murakumo slowly dissolved into a flurry of light particles, retreating back into Jay's pocket dimension as he stepped forward and reached down to pick his new sword, his fingers wrapping firmly around the hilt of the Sword of Desire. Instantly, Jay felt a jolt of electricity shoot up his arm. It was a strange sensation. He felt as if he had wielded this sword for a lifetime. The grip fit his palm like a glove, the weight balanced perfectly against his center of gravity. As cliché as the thought was, there was no other way to explain the synchronization that occurred the moment he tightened his hand on its hilt. Alakino, can you hear me? Jay projected his thoughts, testing the bridge between his mind and the sentient blade. Yes, master, her voice echoed back. It was clearer now as a resonant consciousness dwelling within the sword. I see. So this is the difference if I wielded the evil claws with its soul instead of separating the two of them. Jay mused. The connection was intimate, allowing him to feel the faint pulse of her demonic power through the hilt. It was a far more sophisticated tool than the hollow vessels of the rest of evil claws he had looted earlier. Alakino, I have a question. I noticed that your leader is not here. Where is he? He said he was waiting for you. Oh, Jay thought. The sheer confidence of the statement surprised him. Though if the legends held true that even the original Satans were said to have feared unsealing the leader of the Malbranch, then that confidence was likely for a reason. Jay shifted his gaze to the remnants of the evil claws. There was the massive crimson dragon, the red-faced terror Rubicant perched atop its head like a lunatic, and the veiled purple-haired woman standing in the pale shadow of the icy ground. Why don't we just end this fight? Jay said to the three of them. His voice was calm but sharp as it cutting through the tension around them. He honestly hadn't expected the fight against these legendary weapons to be this easy. He thought that despite their immense power and conceptually broken abilities, they don't really know how to fight, at least in their normal form. Or perhaps the more likely reason was simply that he had become that much stronger. Ha ha ha. A king should nev dash. Splurt. Rubicant's speech was cut off with a sickening wet sound. Out of nowhere, Jay appeared atop the dragon's body, teleporting faster than Rubicant's perceptions could register. With a single brutal slash of aim no habakiri, he severed Rubicant's head in an instant. The head flew through the air, tumbling toward the ground in a spray of dark crimson blood. The black flame on the grail, which hovered faithfully at Jay's side, flickered on its rim. In a second, the red-faced terror's soul was wrenched from its human vessel and absorbed into the black chalice. What remained of him was a red crown. It floated before Jay for a heartbeat as the physical body beneath it began to decompose into ash. Before the crown could fall, Jay snatched it from the air and tossed it into his pocket dimension. Sensing the intruder on his back, Dragignazzo twisted his massive neck, looking at Jay as if he were staring at a ghost. His yellow reptilian eyes, rimmed with blackened scales, stared at Jay as he stood on his back. Jay did not move. He simply stared back, meeting the dragon's gaze with the cold, piercing light of a Vesta. They remained in a silent staring contest for a long moment, the wind whistling through the dragon's wings. Then the dragon let out a low grunting sound. It was growling vibration of submission that surprised Jay. He widened his eyes. I thought a dragon like him would have a hard time bowing to a human. Wait, is he perhaps sensing a Vesta as a danger? Jay thought. The dragon's reaction was almost amusing. He wished he could ask for an answer, but apparently the beast lacked the gift of speech. Probably because you smell like a dragon slayer, master, Alicino answered, her voice ringing in his mind. Alicino, don't read my mind or I will never use you in a fight, Jay retorted. The white-haired woman fell silent. I'm sorry, master. I'll never do that again, Alicino whispered, there is some sadness in her voice. Anyway, you mentioned about smelling like a dragon slayer. What is that about? We evil claws can read each other's minds. Basically, Dragignazzo thinks that you, and that jet-black blade, are tingling his sense of danger. That's also the reason why he hesitated to attack you earlier, Alicino explained. Jay took a moment to process that. Well, I have killed a dragon, a powerful one at that, but to think that someone's presence can change based on what he kills is rather supernatural. It's more like an instinct, master. That's also the same thing that I felt when I saw your black flame, Alicino replied. I see. Jay watched as the dragon slowly descended, its massive talons gripping the ice with a heavy thud. And Jay casually hopped off its back, landing softly on the icy crimson ground. He then looked into the dragon's face one last time before turning his body to face the last standing member of the group. The veiled, purple-haired woman. What about you? Jay pointed the black sword at her. Libikako didn't flinch. In fact, she seemed to be ignoring the threat entirely as she began to walk toward him with an unusual, haunting grace. Her black wedding dress fluttered across the icy wind, the lace dragging through the frost. And then something happened that defied all logic and expectation. Libikako suddenly threw herself forward, her arms spreading wide as if to pull Jay into a desperate hug. Before she could even get within a meter, Jay's eyes narrowed. Stop. The desire was absolute. And in an instant, her body was frozen in motion, her momentum cancelled by the conceptual ability of the Sword of Desire. Jay had used the weapon's ability for the first time instinctively. He cast a wary glance toward Lavinia, who was watching from the sidelines. She wasn't angry or preparing a blizzard. She was smiling? Jay thought, feeling a sudden chill that had nothing to do with the frozen hell. He turned his head back to the purple-haired woman. Libikako had a heavily flustered face, her cheeks flushed a deep rose despite the cold, and there was a frantic, borderline crazy look in her eyes that made Jay's skin crawl. He looked at her with a mixture of confusion and genuine concern for her sanity. Hey Alicino, what is wrong with her? Can you read her mind? It seems like she wants to marry you, master. What the fuck? Jay's eyebrows shot up. He stared at the frozen woman, whose eyes were still darting toward him with terrifying affection. Without a second thought or a shred of hesitation, 3 dark purple portals manifested around Libikako. The chains of envy erupted from the portals, wrapping around her voluptuous body and tightening it with a metallic screech. But instead of screaming in agony as the obsidian links bit into her flesh, a look of pure, ecstatic pleasure crossed her face. Jay watched the display with a completely empty, deadpan expression. There is no way. Let's just seal her, shall we? I agree, master, Alicino nodded spiritually, her voice sounding just as disturbed as Jay felt. The black flame on the rim of the grail flickered once, twice, and then surged as Libikako's soul was slowly wrenched from her body and absorbed into the black chalice. As the process finished, her physical form began to crumble, turning into a fine dust that scattered across the icy ground. The only thing that remained was the black veil she had worn, fluttering momentarily in the wind before settling on the snow. Now that makes it the last of them. Jay muttered, his voice a low rasp against the settling silence of the frozen wasteland. his gaze fixed on the horizon. Slowly, he watched Lavinia's figure descend from the sky. She drifted downward with an ethereal lightness, her white aura still enveloping her body in a shimmering light that pulsed with the rhythm of her mana. She was smiling, her expression filled with a relief. "Is that everything, Illya Kovalenko?" she asked as her boots finally touched the permafrost, sending a small puff of crystalline dust into the air. "Yeah. Now the last thing we need to do is to take Ars Goishia and probably defeat the leader of the Malbranch, Malakakota the evil tail, in the process." "Alicino said that he was waiting for us," Jay said, his hand tightening slightly on the hilt of the black blade. "Alicino?" Lavinia tilted her head, her blonde icy hair spilling over her shoulder as she looked at him with a puzzled blink. "Ah. Alicino is this sword," Jay explained, lifting the jagged black longsword slightly. Before Lavinia could respond, a voice resonated directly from the steel itself. It was a soothing, hauntingly melodic tone that carried a strange hollow echo. "Hello, Master's wife. I am Alicino. It was a pleasure meeting you." The voice was clear, but Jay and Lavinia were both caught by a completely different detail than the mere existence of a talking, sentient weapon. Jay's eyes widened slightly, and Lavinia's entire face lit up with a radiant, mischievous glow. "A wife? Ah, you are such a sweetie, Alican. It was a pleasure meeting you too. Take care of Illya Kovalenko, all right?" Lavinia said, her voice lilting with a sudden, overwhelming affection for the supposedly evil soul residing in the blade. "I am his sword. That is my duty," Alicino replied. The voice remained perfectly emotionless, offering no hint of warmth despite the high praise she was receiving. "Right," Lavinia giggled, clearly charmed by the formal response. While Jay simply looked down at his sword, his eyebrows raised in a pure skepticism. "So where is Ars Goishia located?" Lavinia asked, refocusing on their objective as she stepped closer to Jay. "If what the Grail and Alicino said is true, then it's still quite far from here," Jay said, scanning the desolate plains that stretched out toward the frozen crimson horizon, with giant walls of ice enveloping it. "I see. So how do we get there?" Hearing Lavinia's question, Jay turned his gaze toward the crimson dragon. The massive beast was already resting on the ground, its gargantuan obsidian wings tucked neatly against its armored sides in a display of silent submission. "Now that you said it, there is actually a perfect accommodation to get there." High above the crimson sky of Malbulge, the dragon cut through the stagnant air with thunderous beats of its wings. Its span was so vast, it casting a gargantuan shadow over the frozen armies of artificially created devils that lay dormant on the ground below. Despite its size, the dragon flew with a terrifying speed, the wind screaming as it whipped around its jagged hide. On top of its broad muscular back, Jay and Lavinia stood firmly. The wind buffeted them with incredible force, but they remained unmoved as they surveyed the grim panorama of hell from a vantage point few mortals would ever witness. "This is amazing," Lavinia called out, her voice carrying an infectious sense of wonder. "I mean, you literally fly every time you fight, and also haven't you ridden your ice dragon, Lavi?" Jay asked, his hair whipping wildly across his face. "No, I mean the view." Lavinia's voice was partially beaten back by the gale hitting their bodies, but her eyes remained fixed on the world below. "The view?" Jay looked down, his expression hardening into one of disbelief. From this height, all he could see was a bleak tapestry of suffering and despair. There was the frozen crimson ground that looked like clotted blood. He saw lakes of boiling ichor that hissed into the atmosphere and the infinitesimal flickers of several souls wandering aimlessly through the waste. What is she even talking about? He wondered. "You don't seem surprised, Illya Kovalenko. I thought you haven't ridden a dragon before," Lavinia said, noticing his stoic, analytical gaze. "Does riding on top of Azidahaka's body count as one?" Jay asked dryly. "Kinda? But yeah. It's fun, isn't it?" Lavinia said, her laughter ringing out as she reached over and grabbed his hand, her fingers interlaced with his to ground him in the moment. Jay simply nodded, conceding to the sensation. They traveled for an hour across the blood-red expanse, the dragon's wings carving a path through the heavy sulphurous clouds. And finally Jay felt it. An immense, overwhelming aura began to emanate from a specific point on the ground ahead, as it was pressing against them. From atop the dragon's back, Jay and Lavinia saw a structure emerge from the haze. It was a shrine, but it looked like a total anomaly in the middle of the wasteland. The surrounding terrain was the usual scarred crimson desert, but the shrine itself was nestled within a lush sanctuary full of greenery. Fine, vibrant green grass carpeted the earth, and clusters of various flowers in colors of ivory and pale lavender swayed in a breeze that shouldn't have existed in hell. The shrine itself was crafted from pure white stone, gleaming with a celestial radiance that stood in stark contrast to the dark crimson sky. "Is that the place where Ars Goishia is stored?" Lavinia asked, her voice dropping into a solemn whisper. Jay nodded in response to her question, his eyes fixed on the white architecture. "Yeah. And inside that shrine." Jay paused. He could feel it now. It was an ominous, cloying presence. The dragon began its descent, banking sharply as it glided toward the flowery gate of the sanctuary. It landed with a heavy, controlled thud as Jay and Lavinia hopped off its back, their boots sinking into the unnaturally soft, fragrant grass. As they stepped forward, suddenly a figure manifested from the depths of the white stone interior. The figure was a towering, otherworldly entity that seemed to be sculpted from deep crimson and blackened red minerals. Its body was elongated and asymmetrical, shifting with a slow, internal luminescence like living, molten crystal. Vein-like tendrils and shard-like growths extended from its limbs and torso, creating an organic silhouette that felt both skeletal and heavily armored. At its crown sat a single burning eye embedded within a circular, halo-like structure, radiating an ominous godlike presence that commanded the very air around it. Jay activated Avesta, the golden light in his eyes deconstructing the figure before him. As he scanned the entity, his mind was hit with a singular, terrifying concept that formed the foundation of the creature's existence. Unlike the other evil claws, this being was constructed of one thing: evil. "So that is Malakakota, the evil tail," Lavinia muttered, her hand tightening on her staff as she felt an ancient malice radiating from the being. A voice, surreal and inhuman, then lingered into the grassy field of the shrine. "It's a pleasure to meet you again, Spirit," Malakakota said, his one eye fixed on Jay. "Huh." Chapter 89, Eternally Evil. "Huh." The sound escaped Jay's lips as a low breath of genuine confusion. Hearing that weird greeting for someone that you've just met, a heavy silence settled over the flower-strewn sanctuary. Jay raised his eyebrows, his dark hazel eyes narrowing as he scanned the towering, crystalline red entity before him. You do not remember me?" "I see," Malakakota said. The entity fell silent for a moment, the single burning eye at its crown pulsing with a slow, rhythmic light that felt like a heartbeat. It was as if he was sifting through eons of memory. And suddenly, a tail-like spear of deep crimson demonic energy materialized in his hand, its surface shimmering like rubies. Malakakota began to descend the porcelain stairs of the shrine, his movements fluid and unsettlingly silent. Each step he took on the pristine white stone sent a ripple in the space through the vibrant green grass at the base of the stairs. "It does not matter. At last we stand before one another. The 100 years I endured in confinement were unforeseen, as was your arrival here. But none of that matters now," Malakakota stated. The way he spoke, his voice a surreal layering of gentle whispers and grinding stone, threw both Jay and Lavinia off. There was no hatred or even any emotion in his tone. Suddenly, an ominous aura erupted from his lanky body, so dense and foul that Jay could not help but be reminded of Dahaka, the three-headed dragon said to be the literal embodiment of malice. That alone spoke volumes about Malakakota. "Illya Kovalenko. He is strong," Lavinia whispered, her voice trembling slightly as her absolute demise aura flared in an attempt to counteract the suffocating presence of the evil tail. "Yeah. This guy is said to be on par with the original 4 Satans. And maybe even stronger," Jay said. "And he is even stronger than the current Satans, of course, except for Surzex and Ajuka," Jay thought, corrected himself as Avesta ignited within his pupils. The golden cross flared to life, attempting to deconstruct the monster before him. "But why does he keep insisting that he has been waiting for me? And from his words, I do not think he was waiting for me to arrive here with Lavinia. It feels as if he has been waiting for me for hundreds of years." Before Jay could finish his thoughts, Malakota's figure blurred. Jay's eyes widened at the sheer explosiveness of his movement. The towering 3-meter entity had vanished from the stairs and reappeared almost instantly in front of him. The red spear shot forward in a piercing strike aimed directly at Jay's heart as Jay brought aim no habakiri up to parry the blow just before the spear's tip could tear through the fabric of his sweatshirt. Clank. He is incredibly fast, he thought, the vibration of the impact rattling his bones. Without losing momentum, Malakakota contorted his body in an abnormal, 360-degree, a movement defied the laws of biology, as if he possessed no bones or spine to limit his rotation. He swung the red spear in a horizontal arc intended to sever Jay's head from the right. Clank. Jay parried the second strike with Alicino, the black jagged blade sparking against the crimson energy of the spear. And then, as both of them froze in a stalemate for a fraction of a second, Jay whispered, "Severed." Splurt. Malakota's single eye fluttered as a look of clinical surprise crossed his halo-like crown. In a fraction of a second, both of his crystalline hands were suddenly severed at the elbows, as if sliced by an invisible blade. Thick crimson blood spurted across the white marble and the grassy field. And Jay did not give the evil tail a single moment to breathe. He stepped into the creature's guard and unleashed a violent horizontal slash with habakiri, aiming to cut Malakota's body in half. But Malakota's predatory instinct screamed as he leaped backward in a desperate retreat, covering 20 meters in a single bound. Yet Jay's slash was never meant to strike physically. Stop. The desire rippled through the air. Malakakota, caught in midair during his retreat, was suddenly suspended in time and space, his momentum cancelled by Jay's new authority. Cleave. Shying. Splurt. A black slash instantly appeared on the evil tail's suspended body. Malakota's torso was severed clean in half and his upper body tumbling through the air toward the back of the grassy yard. But even as his guts spilled onto the pristine grass, the impossible happened. In a fraction of a second, both halves of his body sprouted hundreds of thin, needle-like tendrils that pulled themselves back together. His flesh knitted as he regenerated completely in a visceral and horrifying display of biological immortality. The evil tail regained his footing, landing softly in the center of the flowery field 50 meters in front of Jay. He stood tall, his spear reforming in his grip as if the previous 10 seconds of violence had never occurred. Alicino. I see. You have betrayed me, Malakakota said, his eye fixing on the jagged black blade in Jay's left hand. Alicino remained silent. She did not pulse or whisper, her consciousness tucked tightly away within the steel as she served her new master. All of your kin has been defeated, Malakakota. My goal in this place is solely to obtain access to the Ars Goishia, which is stored right here, inside that shrine, Jay said, pointing toward the white entrance with the tip of habakiri. So, unless we are going to spend the rest of the afternoon wasting each other's time, step aside. Let me go inside and take the book. Malakakota remained motionless, the burning eye staring at Jay with a strange, contemplative intensity. So you did not come here to fight me? No, Jay answered simply. Malakota's eye flickered with a pulsing light, though a hint of disappointment was visible in that single eye. That cannot be possible. Ars Goishia has been permanently sealed here. After the king and mother tore one of its pages and used it to give birth to the devils, it has remained here, from the day I was created, from the day I was sealed. Those words caused the expressions of both Jay and Lavinia to turn serious. What do you mean by permanently sealed? Jay asked, his voice low. It means that no one can unseal it, not even with your power of creation and commands over seals, Malakakota stated. Jay raised an eyebrow at that. The entity spoke with a familiarity about his abilities that was deeply unsettling, even if none of it were true. What are you even talking about? He asked, genuine confusion in his voice. Before he could receive an answer, thousands of red tendrils erupted from Malakota's back like a blooming lotus of gore. Each tendril was tipped with a razor-sharp shard of crystal, and they all launched forward simultaneously. They traveled at subsonic speeds, weaving through the air like a swarm of angry hornets. Jay's Avester ignited, analyzing the incoming wave, but the result was the same as before. All of them was constructed from the singular concept. Evil. Stop, Jay commanded, projecting his will through the sword of desire to freeze the projectile swarm. But something strange happened. Jay's eyes narrowed as his heart skipped a beat. Fruuuuuutt. The red tendrils did not stop. They ignored the desire, the same desire that had worked just a few minutes earlier. What? What just happened? Jay's mind raced. And as he saw that his efforts had yielded nothing, Jay moved his hand gently, purple flames flickering as they formed dozens of magic circles. Rupture. Jagged tears in space appeared directly in front of him, and the crimson tendrils, only a few meters from his chest, were instantly deleted. The momentum of the attack collapsed as the severed tendrils of demonic energy dissolved into harmless red mist before they could reach him. Beside him, Lavinia's brow furrowed. She had watched Jay's newly acquired ability to inflict desire from Alicino fail to take hold. Illya Kovalenko, that's... She stepped closer to him. Jay didn't answer immediately. He glanced down at the jagged black blade of Alicino in his left hand, then at the black grail hovering at his shoulder. The artifact was pulsing, yet it remained frustratingly silent, failing to provide any information about what had just happened or why the desire had failed to work. Alicino, what is happening? Why didn't your power work on him? Jay projected the thought with a sharp edge. That is likely because of his power, Master, Alicino's voice echoed in his mind, sounding unusually solemn. If you haven't realized, Malakakota is currently in his embodiment of evil. In this state, the original Lucifer called him the biggest bug they ever created among the 12 evil claws. The biggest bug? Jay raised his eyebrows. You do not need to explain it to him, Alicino. You do not need to betray me any further. I shall tell him myself. The voice of the evil tale cut through the air, vibrating with a surreal clarity. Jay's dark hazel eyes snapped to the crystalline entity, his gaze turning razor-sharp. Did he just read my mind? I shall tell you about my power, Spirit, in case you have forgotten, Malakakota said, his single burning eye fixed on Jay. When Lucifer forged me, I manifested a specific law within my embodiment of evil. It called evil shall be eternal. An ability that allows my existence to perceive anything that touches or influences my body as evil. And once I perceive a particular thing as evil, I become eternally immune to that specific influence from that specific individual. The revelation caused both Jay and Lavinia's eyes to widen. That is why Alicino's power of the same command will not work on me twice, as you have likely realized by now, Malakakota added. He spoke of his own mechanics with a chilling nonchalance, as if knowing the secret wouldn't grant his opponents any advantage whatsoever. Jay stood still, his mind racing through the implications. To perceive everything as evil and then become immune to it, what kind of power is that? You have got to be kidding me. Jay muttered, his voice dropping into a low disbelief. Then as long as you have an immortal body, doesn't that mean you are basically invincible? Don't tell me it is also possible for your black flames to not work, Illya Kovalenko, Lavinia said, her voice laced with concern. I am confident I could annihilate him completely using True Cross, but that would erase his entire existence. And his ability is far too unbelievably broken to simply destroy him, Jay replied, his eyes never leaving Malakakota. His mind raced. And if I can use it and gain the same ability, that would be a massive power boost against Surzex. If I could even become immune to his power of destruction. Jay thought, the prospect and potential of this power filling him with awe. Its usefulness for the future, especially if he truly wanted to fulfill his creed, was enormous. Though, if he becomes immune to the flames before I can seal his soul inside the Grail, we might need to use a different last-ditch approach. And what is that? Steal the book and run, Jay said flatly. Lavinia blinked, her expression momentarily blank. That is something, I guess? She hadn't expected such an unheroic suggestion from him, but given the circumstances it was hard to argue. As they spoke, Malakakota opened his mouth again, his tone shifting into something almost nostalgic. You know, I still remember the last thing you said to me, Spirit. That last question. Jay shifted his focus back to the ancient being, listening intently. There was a history here he didn't possess, a ghost of a memory that Malakakota was projecting onto him. You asked me, what did I think about evil? What is evil? Malakota's eye pulsed with a rhythmic light. Truthfully, I am embarrassed to say that even after hundreds of years of my confinement, thinking of nothing else, I still do not know how to answer that question. Malakakota said, sadness in his voice. But I do not think that you actually expected any answer from me, a being like myself, created from nothing but evil. But there is one thing that I have finally understood about why you asked is this, you wanted me to understand myself. What am I? Who am I? A new red spear, larger and more ornate than the last, manifested in Malakota's hand. Who is Malakakota? He repeated. and suddenly his physical form seemed to glitch, flickering in and out of existence before he rushed toward Jay in a blinding red flash of speed. "Immobilize," Jay said, attempting a variation of the command. Malakakota did not stop. Once again he ignored the desire. Clank! The spear met Jay's blade with a shower of sparks. Jay narrowed his eyes against the weight of the blow. It seems it does not matter the cause, only the effect that touches or influences his body. I thought using different words would bypass the immunity. This meant that anything that had already influenced him, such as the spatial severing of rupture or the desire to stop his movement, had become useless. Phum! Suddenly, a massive burst of frost erupted from the ground beneath Malakota's feet. Lavinia unleashed a blizzard of her absolute demise, her white mist and ice instantly encasing the evil tail's towering body in a block of temporal ice. The red figure was frozen mid-swing, his crystalline body locked in a translucent ice prison. Jay didn't waste the opening. He brought the black grail forward, the dark flames licking the rim as he prepared to pull Malakota's soul into the vessel. But before the extraction could begin, crackle! Boom! The ice shattered into a million glittering shards. A wave of pure, dark crimson demonic energy exploded outward, pulverizing the absolute demise. Jay and Lavinia were forced to retreat several meters to avoid the blast. Jay took a breath, putting Aim no Habakiri back into his pocket dimension. In its place, the pale silver blade of Aim no Murakumo appeared at his side. Having already used Cleave to sever Malakakota earlier, he had to assume that Aim no Habakiri's divine authority, the world-cutting slash, was now useless against him. Jay stepped forward, his eyes cold and focused. "Lavi, let me handle this one," he said, his voice dropping into a serious tone. "Besides, we don't have much time left before Ajuka or Surzex find us here. They have likely realized what is happening in the 8th circle by now." Lavinia, hearing the finality in his voice, shook her head firmly. "No, Ilyakuin. Think about it. He might be adapting to my power, but I can still immobilize him using my ice, even if only for a few seconds at a time. That is enough for you to absorb his soul, isn't it?" Jay looked into Lavinia's sapphire eyes for a moment, seeing the unwavering resolve there. "You are right. What was I even thinking?" Jay said, his aura flaring. He still had plenty of things to decapitate Malakakota. "Let's finish this together." Chapter 90, The One Who Judges Evil Is No One, Anyone. Jay stepped forward, his boots crunching lightly on the pristine, flowery grass of the sanctuary. Aim no Murakumo crackled with a ominous divine lightning, the pale blue arcs of electricity jumping from the blade and scorching the air in its wake. His expression unreadable as his eyes locked on the towering red crystalline entity before him. Then, with a sudden flash of blue lightning that blinded the senses, his figure vanished. Clank! A shower of red sparks erupted into the air as Jay's opening strike was instantly parried by Malakakota. The evil tail moved with a clinical precision that suggested he had seen the attack coming long before Jay even moved. "Increase weight." "Shut." The desire rippled through the air as Malakota's towering body was instantly buried several inches into the ground, the force of the added mass causing the earth to groan and fracture beneath him. His movements slowed to a crawl as the weight of his own body suddenly multiplied a couple folds. The reason Jay used the desire to increase weight instead of attempting to increase gravity was that gravity is a universal force. It affects not only the target but also the entire environment around it. As a result, the desire would fail, since it cannot be applied to multiple objects at once. Increase weight, on the other hand, simply multiplies the object's mass by gravity. Because it targeted a single entity, the desire worked perfectly. Alakino's Sword of Desire possessed a very strict rule of thumbs, as it could not influence anything that was not a singular, defined object. This was why Jay could not simply desire to create something out of nothing, as to do so would be to inflict his desire upon a void, which was impossible. The same failure occurred if he tried to inflict a desire on multiple objects simultaneously. It would have been possible to bypass this if Jay had utilized Alakino's Phantom Opera, as that ability allowed for the creation of a soul domain where the wielder soul is its defined object, meaning inside that realm the wielder is basically a god. However, exposing one's soul in a battle against gods, dragons, and Mao was a double-edged sword that Jay was not willing to draw. He believed that Alakino's embodiment of evil was a high-risk, low-reward ability that left the user too vulnerable to permanent damage. Phum! A massive burst of jagged ice erupted from behind Malakakota. But before the frost could touch him, Malakota's entire body began to twitch with a violent, rhythmic spasm. And in a sickening display to release himself of the increased weight, he splattered himself into millions of tiny red particles that drifted through the air like a cloud of crimson mist. Jay frowned, his grip tightening on his hilt. Lavinia's ice trapped nothing but empty air. In just fraction of second, the red particles swirled together, and Malakakota instantly reformed his body from the scattered mist, completing the restoration in less than a second. TSK, now I understand why the original Lucifer was terrified of this guy, Jay thought, his mind racing through potential strategies. He is literally a nightmare for someone who relies on just one type of ability. Without a word, Malakakota blurred into a red flash of light. He lunged from the air with his spear leveled, aiming a piercing strike directly through Jay's chest. Phantasmagoria. Jay activated his spectral state, and as if he were a mere ghost, the red spear passed harmlessly through his torso. As Malakota's figure sailed past him, Jay instantly pivoted his body in a quick, swift motion. He unleashed a devastating horizontal slash with Murakumo, the blade tracing a bright path of lightning along its trajectory. Shing! Clank! The blade of Murakumo stopped mid-swing. Malakakota had easily parried the strike with a slight, almost negligent shift of his spear. But a direct hit had never been Jay's true intention. Crackle! The pale blade of Murakumo was suddenly engulfed in a roaring aura of bluish-purple lightning. Boom! A massive burst of divine electricity erupted from the contact point. The explosion was so intense that it splattered Malakota's physical body into nothingness, leaving only his severed head floating in the air, the single burning eye still pulsing with an undimmed light. Jay narrowed his eyes, sensing the window of opportunity. Sealed. Nothing happened. A desire in which the effect can be varied will not work, Master. Sealing can mean vastly different things to different beings. A desire needs to be exact. It must have one specified effect on one specified object at one specified time until you inflict the next desire. Unless you use my embodiment of evil, Alakino's voice echoed in his mind. That's a lot of rules. Jay said, his voice laced with frustration. Again, in less than a second, Malakota's body was instantly restored from the floating head. His eye flickered like a strobe light as he regained his footing. But, roarrr. A sudden crackle of ice filled the sanctuary. Before the one-eyed Malakakota could fully orient himself, an enormous ice dragon manifested from the mist, biting down on his body and launching him into the ground with thunderous force. However, just as Jay expected, the dragon could not freeze his body even by a fraction of a degree. Malakakota had become completely immune to the temporal and physical effects of Lavinia's absolute demise ice. And with a single effortless swing of his spear. Boom! The ice dragon was instantly shattered into a million glittering pieces. It was as if its magical construct had been fundamentally nullified. Lavinia's sapphire eyes widened in shock. The way her ice dragon had been dismantled was almost identical to how Jay's Avesta deconstructed its magical structures. As Malakakota tried to regain his momentum and launch a counterattack, hundreds of dark purple portals spiraled into existence around him. Creeing. Hundreds of obsidian chains of envy shot forth from the portals. They moved like strikes of black lightning, piercing and enveloping Malakota's towering body. Within seconds, he was completely wrapped in the chains like a dark, metallic mummy, unable to move a single limb. A dark crimson energy began to be slowly siphoned away by the chains. The blazing black grail appeared at Jay's side, its dark flames roaring as Malakota's soul was slowly pulled toward the chalice. The Grey Stomper was living up to its name. The wrapped figure of Malakakota began to bulge and swell as his body attempted to explode outward in a burst of demonic energy. But Jay didn't let it slide. And suddenly, a purple flame erupted from the portals. Fum! The violet fire of the Incinerate Anthem bursted from every link of the chains. It quickly engulfed Malakota's bound form, burning him in the intense, holy fire designed to purge the impure. Instantly, Malakota's body stopped bulging. His soul continued to be slowly absorbed by the chains, link by link. Is this enough? Jay muttered. He watched with a wary gaze as the evil tail appeared to stop rebelling, the resistance fading into the roar of the purple flames. But then the crimson light moving along the chains began to slow down. And suddenly it stopped entirely. Jay widened his eyes. Huh? Don't tell me. Jay's suspicion was proven right in the most violent way possible. The absorbed soul suddenly surged backward into the wrapped body. A massive wave of dark crimson energy bulged out against the restraints. And slowly, crackle, the gray stomper chains began to crack under the demonic energy pressure. And then, boom! The chains of envy wrapping Malakakota were instantly broken into fragments. They exploded and shattered into thousands of obsidian shards that rained down upon the grassy yard. Jay's eyes widened as he watched Malakota's towering body slowly emerge from the wreckage of the chains. His red crystalline form was still enveloped in the flickering purple fire, but the flames had already stopped burning him. They merely licked his skin like harmless shadows. Even Incinerate Anthem, the flame that is supposed to burn any creature of darkness, Jay thought, his heart sinking. The being before him had already adapted to the holy fire, rendering one of his cards completely obsolete. And as the echoes of the broken chains faded, Malakakota blurred into a streak of crimson light. He appeared instantly in front of Jay, and without a moment of hesitation, he thrust his jagged red spear toward Jay's midsection, the weapon humming with a spatial distortion, as the air around it fluttering violently. Phantasmed. Jay's mental command was cut short. He widened his eyes as, in that fraction of a second, he saw the space around the spear's tip begin to warp and bend. His clothes, which should have been protected by the intangible phase of his phantasmagoria, began to tear as the spear was forcing its way into the space he occupied. And with a desperate, lightning-fast response, Jay shifted his body to the side, trying to throw himself out of the spear's path. But, splurt. Tisk. Jay hissed in pain. Despite his reflexes, the spear had found its mark. Phum. But suddenly a massive wall of ice surged between Jay and Malakakota, buying Jay the second he needed to retreat. He flashed back to Lavinia's side, his breath coming in ragged bursts. Ilyaku, your hand. Lavinia gasped, her sapphire eyes wide with horror as she looked at him. Let me heal it for you. No, it is okay, Lavi, Jay said, his voice tight but steady. He looked down at his right hand, or rather, the empty space where it should have been. His hand had been severed cleanly at the elbow, and blood was beginning to soak his sleeve. It had become a routine at this point. His phantasmagoria, once his ultimate defensive trump card, was being shredded and nullified by his enemies who played with the laws of the world. Using the power of the Grail, Jay willed his body to mend. As a shroud of dark regenerative light enveloped the stump of his elbow, and slowly, the bone, muscle, and skin began to knit back together. With a flick of spatial magic, he summoned Aim no Murakumo back into his grip, the blade having fallen to the frost alongside his severed limb. Meanwhile, Malakakota shattered the ice encasing him. He stood calmly, his single eye fluttering with a rhythmic, cold intelligence as he stared at Jay. Was that just now? How was he able to bypass your magic? Lavinia asked. I do not know for sure, but I think we misunderstood how his power works, Jay replied, his eyes never leaving the red figure. I think this confirms that his immunity does not only apply to his defense. Lavinia's eyes widened as the realization hit her. Then, does that mean his attacks can be immune to our defenses too? So that is why he could easily destroy my ice dragon. Yeah. I was too reckless. I should have realized that from the moment Stop failed to halt his attack, Jay said. He clearly stated that as long as something touches or influences his body, he becomes immune to it. But suddenly, Malakakota opened his mouth. Why don't you use your power, spirit? Why do you use all this rigmarole to attack me? Malakakota asked. His voice was surreal, echoing through the grassy yard of the shrine. The only chance of winning you have is to seal me with your power. Why do you underestimate me? Jay fell silent for a long moment. He looked at the white marble of the shrine, then at the black blade in his hand. Finally he spoke, his voice low and muttering. Spirit. Seal. I do not really understand what you mean by that. But, suddenly a towering black aura erupted from Jay's body. A trace of flickering black flame appeared in both of his eyes, dancing within his pupils. Malakakota, noticing the change, narrowed his single eye. His non-existent mouth moved as if whispering something foreign and unrecognizable before he spoke. Why you? You are not him. This is different. Who are you? Lavinia, seeing the dark aura emanating from Jay, realized he was finally going to unleash the true cross. She opened her mouth to speak, but her voice was soft. Illya Kovalenko. Yeah, it's okay, Lavi. Though it is a bit of a letdown that I cannot take him, Jay said. He looked at Malakakota, the black flames in his eyes reflecting the crimson of the evil tale. You pretender! Malakakota roared, his voice suddenly filled with a rare, visceral rage. He lunged forward, the red spear raised for a final, world-ending strike. But Jay was faster. No consciousness. Malakakota suddenly felt his mind go blank for a moment, only to snap back instantly as the effect faded even before his evil shall be eternal immunity could activate to repel Jay's desire. When Malakota's eye snapped open, Jay was already standing inches from him. Jay's hand was outstretched, his fingers pressing against the crystalline skin of Malakota's chest. Their eyes met as the dark hazel of the human, traced with the black flame of judgment, against the burning red eye of the weapon. Malakota's senses tensed, his instincts screaming of a danger. He tried to swing his spear to cut the man down. Malakota's sense tensed up, and then he tried to move his hand, swinging his red spear, trying to cut the man in front of him, but before it could reach him. As the bell tolled, it sang the anthem of the end. He who was ordained to judge the wicked cast forth the flame of righteous wrath, and by holy fire were sins unmade, consigned unto the deepest abyss, where neither name nor memory endure. Thus were the transgressions burned to naught, and silence reigned where darkness once dwelt. Jay stared at him with empty eyes as he whispered, "True cross." Fum. And then, as if the world itself had fallen silent, Malakota's body instantly turned to ash. As the flames washed over him, the world seemed to slow down. As the black flame slowly consumed him, the world seemed to slow. The sensation of the flame washed over him as it's neither hot nor cold, neither righteous nor evil. Yet the feeling awakened something within him. His body instinctively tried to comprehend it as a concept of evil, attempting to create immunity to this black flame. Then, suddenly, his eyes widened. A realization struck him. This flame. It could not be perceived as evil. Realizing that he could not extinguish the flame, Malakakota finally felt that his life was coming to an end. He turned his gaze to the young man before him, one last time. Their eyes met. And in that fleeting moment he felt it. That same presence from hundreds years ago, lingering in his memory, though in a different form. So it was really you, Malakakota muttered. He wanted to laugh, he would if he could. But when his creator had thought of him as nothing but evil, a humane feeling felt as distant as the memory of that person, the only one who had never seen him merely as an evil being, never as a weapon forged to slay gods. His enemy. His only friend. I know the answer now. Evil is judged, therefore it is. And in a final burst of black flame, the towering, one-eyed red figure was reduced to ash. His ability, evil shall be eternal, a power to adapt, to become immune and to endure anything, failed to manifest. Malakakota died in the absolute silence of the black flame. Not as Malakakota the evil tale, for nothing is truly eternal. In the face of the end.